Hey there. Gotta make sure we've got something for the logbook before you go back west. Have you spoken to Major Knight yet? Very well. Let me take a look here. Okay, it looks like you've been logged. You can pass on through. Have a nice day.
Hey, I recognize you. You're one of them Mojave Express couriers, right? You passed by not too long ago, I think. I can't remember if we formally met. What was your name again? That sounds right. Well, nice to meet you. Again. Sure. So this is the Long 15. It runs from Dayglow to Old Canada. This stretch of the interstate's pretty safe. Just don't go off into the hollow hills. The critters there are pretty tough. If you keep going west, you'll hit Fort Weston. After that, Baker. If you want to go to the hub, you'll need proof of citizenship, though, and it takes forever to get that verified. It's bark scorpion breeding season, so they're more agitated than usual. They typically don't try attacking the roads, though. It's the local NCR Army fort. They got some better troopers from up north recently. If you're looking for a stiff drink, I'd try Huffman's Hole. Food for the road, I'd try Zetan Jerky. General supplies, the Frontier store. There's a followers clinic that will patch you up, the Hawaiian King for beds, and the community center for beds if you can't afford it. Any other questions? Checkered suit? Like black and white? No one of that description came through here. Sounds Vegas, though. As for the cons, I haven't seen any pass through here. Really, ever. Sorry I can't be of more help. Well, there were raider attacks not too long ago, but they've gone quiet since the troopers showed up. There was a shootout at Baker Town Hall, too, but I'm not really sure what's happening there. And then there was the arrival of the Colonel, a pretty impressive war hero coming to our little backwater. I only know what I heard. There were a bunch of gunshots for a couple of days, but it's over now. Town Hall's been locked up tight ever since. A lot of Mercs patrolling around. Lázaro Royes. He's just wrapped up the Sierra campaign up north. I'm kind of surprised we have such a prestigious individual at the fort. Well, like I said, they came out of nowhere and hit some of the caravans. Ever since the troopers reinforced the roads, they've gone quiet. Kinda crazy, though. We haven't had raiders in this part of California for over a decade now. Any other questions? Well, the two big shots around here are Hightower and Stanton. You could get employment with them easy. Alternatively, there's always the merchants at the Hawaiian King, but I don't really trust them. Leland Hightower, CEO of the Water Merchants. Not just a big shot, the big shot. More powerful than some senators. He set up a winter home in Baker several years ago. By all accounts, a good employer. Frick Stanton, Brahmin Baron. He basically owns Baker. Lots of money being washed around there. He's got some court cases against him right now, but it isn't the first time. And he'll probably duck these too. I don't know. I don't even really know who it is. Town Hall's locked down, though.
Yeah? It's a 1st Recon hat. I'm 1st Recon. Best sharpshooter battalion in the whole NCR. Nah, I retired. Did my 8 years. I usually work as a caravan guard, but pickings are kind of sparse right now. Murrock, then McCarran. Served in the Mojave. Did a good job taking out fiends and cons from North Vegas. Beat the cons decisively in the Battle of Bitter Springs. Yeah, it was a battle. A battle between civilization and savagery. And we won. I don't want to hear any talk about how it was a massacre. Exactly. You get it. But the NCR High Command was so obsessed with their precious image, they drummed up good patriots like me out of the unit. Almost makes me not want to vote Kimball if he's gonna let brass walk all over him. The Legion are tough, no denying that. But we're tougher. No denying that either. No, I don't gamble. Waste of money. I hope when the NCR annexes that place, they'll clean up shop in Vegas. We can't gamble back home, and I think that's a good thing. People wasting their lives over a chance to get rich. Whatever happened to hard work?
You know it's illegal for us to gamble back home. The government wants to keep us poor.
Been hearing things about the 127 up north. Bad things. I'd keep clear of it if I were you. You lost?
You ever think about how we're guarding sand? Like, dying over miles of sand?
Another day, another round of checking IDs and watching the road.
Hey, I'm Rushing Waters. Welcome to Fort Weston. Make trouble, and I'll make you dead. If you have actual concerns, talk to Colonel Royez. He's inside. Not where I'm from. The beautiful blue rivers and green forests of Toyabe, far to the northeast of here in Nevada. It's the armor of a desert ranger. Or, well, mine is, but some of the NCR's other veteran rangers wear them too. We used to be a different tribe, but we've joined up with the bear. There's a lot to say. A lot of history in that name. We're older than the Legion, than the NCR, even the Great War. But I'll give you the short version. Our tribe believes in combat excellence, brotherhood, and the right of people to be free from danger, want, and control. The Rangers were a great tribe, with clans in every state in the Old Southwest. If a ranger visited your town, you just knew that your luck was about to change. Our luck ran out 10 years ago. The Legion spooked the command and they fled to the Bear and signed a treaty to bring us into the NCR. Not sure, really. The way you hear the other Rangers talk, you'd think they were winning. I guess there were just too many of them. At the fort? No. There are none in the Mojave right now either. Kimball's got most of them in Baja or fighting the Brotherhood. It kinda sucks when the leadership signed a treaty for helping us fight the Legion, but wants us fighting their problems instead. I guess that's the game the NCR's playing now. I never met them. I was in Utah for all 7 years we fought them. A lot of my brothers and sisters did, though. Told me that the Legion just kept coming. I guess I can see why we signed the treaty if that was the case. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. Never seen it before, though. It's where the treaty was signed. Go for it. Did you have other questions? Go for it. Fine. It's not like this base is going to be under attack anytime soon. A deeply complicated existential question. I do not know. It's not because I'm needed here. It's certainly not because I want to be here. The actual reason is because of the Colonel's little Sierra campaign to the north. He wanted someone with a history with the 80s. So, I got pulled west from my normal work in eastern Nevada to be his guide. Then, the Colonel brings me in one day and says that we've been redeployed here with no warning. The Bears got designs on conquering all that space to the north of Vegas. So, they have little outreach groups to find out what problems there are going to be when they commit to that. Sometimes they send a ranger like me to help out. A huge roving raider tribe that dominates the I-80. Not sure if they were named after the interstate or the other way around. I once recovered the bodies and motorcycles of a band and brought them back to their camp by myself. That was very important to them. I was named a Bubba, and they promised me that they would always view me as one of their own. I came of age during the Legion War and was sent to make sure the guns kept flowing from New Canaan to the south. I managed to unite the Mormons, the tribes, the Rangers, and even some of the 80s into a great alliance. We defeated the Bone Dancers at Park City and took Wendover from the 80s. I mediated a treaty with the rest of the 80s. It was the safest Utah had ever been. Then we signed the treaty with the NCR. The Rangers were pulled west from everywhere. My understanding was the alliance collapsed without us there. A damn shame. No. The bear is a demanding beast. They want everything, they want it now, and they don't care who they have to hurt to get it. All that power over all that land, it's bound to go bad eventually. Yeah, and so are most of my brothers and sisters, but they need to fucking get over it. All the bitching in the world isn't going to unsign the treaty. I get they're unhappy because the bear didn't help them for years, but this is our life now. Go for it. He's a good commander hemmed by bad leadership. The Sierra campaign was a simple, solid, well-done operation. But he is a boss that I never had to answer to before. His rangers and my rangers are different. I do feel listened to, but I don't think his bosses are listening to him. They call him Memo because they don't want to mispronounce Guillermo. He hates that nickname. If his bosses can't even get his name right, then just forget it. Keep your wits about you.
This is Fort Weston. You're not a trooper. Do you have business here? I don't typically provide military travel passes to civilians. You'll need to go through the proper channels to help your friend. Try the DRC offices. There are 2 within a few miles of here. Very well. If you're looking for more work, come see me after you help your friend. We may be able to work together, if you can prove your resourcefulness. Hello again. Yeah? There's no shortage of small tasks that need to be done around here. Out of curiosity, have you helped out the NCR before? I see. Start with small jobs around the base for now. There's never a shortage of those. Alternatively, you came from the east, right? Plenty of jobs at the outpost just east of here. At the fort, yes. My current commanding officer is General Courtney Marks at Murrock. Once the situation is adequately resolved, he will send troops to relieve me, and I will return to my post in the Vault City territory. An influential citizen in this town requests military assistance to deal with the reemergence of raiders in this sector. Otherwise, this is a fairly mundane sector. My troops patrol the roads but haven't reported any new raider activity since we've arrived. The Mojave Military Authority is led by General Lee Oliver at Hoover Dam. My troops are not presently under his command, nor has he requested their use. His Rangers counterpart is Chief Josh Hanlon. I assume Leland Hightower. He's one of the water merchants and has been working to build up this town. I had a meeting with him not long ago. We discussed high-priority caravans, R&R agreements, and troop allocations. Ask them. Decades of service. The Rangers saved my town from slavers in Baja many decades ago. I enlisted to be a part of something like that. After that, I enlisted as a trooper to help train soldiers during the Enclave War. Since then, I've seen the fall of Navarro, 3 tours against the Brotherhood, and 2 more tours in Baja. Because I haven't been promoted, that's all I have to say about it. A battle in the history textbooks. After that, the NCR thought we could do anything. The spirit of Navarro symbolized something new and beautiful. It's a shame we lost it. The fall of Navarro and the defeat of the Enclave was the combined work of so many. NCR, Brotherhood, Union, Militia. I worked with the Brotherhood. They showed us their technology and we sent them recruits. There was a time in which I wore power armor into battle alongside them. Those days are so long ago. In the beginning, it was a lot more one-sided. Circle of Steel raids on our caravans and the theft of the gold reserves. Then we started getting organized. Stealth boys, armor piercers, pulse grenades, vertibirds, trucks. We pushed the Brotherhood back to their bunkers. My unit was tasked with capturing those bunkers. You need a lot of tech, top-notch training, and numbers to do so. And we had that in spades. We managed to take 2 of them, but they got wise and started blowing up their bunkers. I had no counter, and since then, no one else has either. A lot of things. Good and bad. It's a little confusing there right now. We've nearly wrapped it up though, if the reports from military intelligence are anything to go by. I took an oath to its constitution. I did that because I believe the new California Republic is the single best hope for peace and stability in the Wasteland. Its victory over the Wasteland will symbolize an end to the apocalypse and the dawn of a new, better world. A world where its soldiers will be able to rest easy and let the people run themselves. One where there's no masters and no slaves. I truly believe that, even despite all of its flaws. That's up for you to decide. Sorry, I'm not interested in discussing politics. It's one of our dominant outposts along the Long 15, and it's vital for maintaining our supply line to the Mojave. It's also the evacuation route for the NCR civilians should the Mojave be thrown into chaos. The Brotherhood recently punched a hole through our investment near Lost Hills, but they were taken out in a pitched battle along NCR Grand Route 5. It speaks to increasing desperation and indicates that the siege is working. Still, there seems to be no indication that the stalemate is going to be broken anytime this year. Not from the NCR? Or just uninformed? Now, I suppose it doesn't matter. The answer is yes. A lot of reasons. None of them particularly good. The biggest one is leadership. The current Brotherhood Council of Elders is increasingly unresponsive to negotiations. Of course, neither is our... All I can say is that it's a shame that the war's been going on for so long, and I will be happy when it ends. Well, they're an extraordinarily difficult opponent. They possess an absolute superiority in technology, which has taken us decades to come close to matching. The Brotherhood also employs extensive use of bunkers, which are next to impossible to take without high casualties. Once they've been overcome, the NCR will be able to divert their resources to where else they're needed. We defeated one of their chapters in battle near Helios 1, but they have been relatively inactive in the 5 years since then. Reports indicate the leader of their breakout was Nolan McNamara, who is certainly intelligent enough to stabilize their situation. It's the junior conflict to our war with the Brotherhood in terms of resources allocated, but the reports are troubling. They indicate a ruthless, fanatical, well-trained army that is only increasing in number and boldness. We're more than holding our own in the Sonora, but the Legion looks like it's on track to take the dam. If that happens, then this place will become a combat zone. Our wars with the Brotherhood, the Legion, and Baja continue to ebb and flow.
Hey there. Welcome to the Crimson Caravan Company. What can I get you today? Slidell. The hub. Moved to Nebo back in '75 because of the crime, the taxes, and, the locals. There's less crime, but the traffic's still a bitch. But hey, it's a hub burb. What can you do? Let's just say that every day I wake up with smooth skin and a city that isn't so smooth anymore. Got nothing against them, mind you, but you don't see this type of crime in the burbs. And that says something, you know? Bosses want to build up commercial infrastructure for our products, and that means establishing a dedicated brand along the entire Long 15, all the way to Canada. So, here I am. Plus, it's pretty nice for a frontier gig. There's a pool outside, at least. What, are you trying to make my numbers look bad or something? No reason not to shop here. Unless you're heading back to the hub, in which case we have 5 or 6 major facilities there. We've got a regional branch manager out near Vegas turning some things around right now.
I'm just the hired help.
Aloha! Welcome to Ninth Island Grill. My name is Kai. A small town called Bodega. It's north of San Francisco, still in Frisco territory. Not the city, mind you, but the outskirts, by Moana-Nui-a-Kea. Outsiders can't really say the word. The big water, the ocean, the Pacific, the edge of the world beyond maps. Whatever you call that eternal blue horizon to the west. Not anymore. My ancestors crossed the waves for the mainland centuries ago, in the weeks after the Great War. Many died to the storms, to pirates, to the monsters of the deep. They settled the land and tamed the coast. They called it Hawaii, a place of 8 islands born of rock and fire. It exists. I've seen old world maps of the whole world. I do wonder if it is still there, or if the relentless ocean has claimed it. When I was younger and full of energy, I was an adventurer like you. I decided to journey, to go east and search for a local legend of my people, the Ninth Island. Our legend said when the gods of the old world created Hawaii, they created a 9th island in the middle of the desert so we'd always be connected with the mainland. My church called it Las Vegas. I found a map when I was a kid and decided that I would be the one to find it and return home with tales of glory. I found it all right, the old world city of Las Vegas. When I got there, I found nothing but violence. No trace of anything resembling my people. Just cannibals, thieves, gang lords, cults. No friends to be had. No trophies to return with. I stopped adventuring after that, making my way back home through the Long 15. On the way back, I met Arnie at a trade shop in a place called Good Springs. She had found this place and told me that running into me was destiny. Apparently so. It's not really comforting to think I was always meant to run a grill instead of finding real adventure out in the wastes. That was a long time ago. There's nothing but disappointment everywhere. I'm happy just to tend my grill and talk to customers. The most exotic foods from the West. Poi from my people, rice and seaweed from the waters of San Francisco, cram musubi from the Golden Gate Borough.
There's a reason why they call it the Hawaiian King. This right here is the best place to be.
Most folks in Baker look half dead. Everyone at the Hawaiian King looks half retired.
Saw another family heading down the 15 yesterday. Didn't look like they had a destination in mind. Nice.
What the fuck are you, and why are you talking to me? Did the Fed send you? Federals, government, the powers that be. You're one of them, pretending to play dumb, or are you asleep and you don't know?
The truth, the real truth about the people who really run this world.
The powers, the powers, the powers. You want to know the powers? The NCR state has a state within the state. I'm talking deep state. You have your CIO, your power brokers, your Brahmin barons, your agri barons, the followers, they're all in on it! And they're just running the NCR on behalf of their masters. Look around you. This place, it's one of their control nodes. A giant thermometer built to monitor the weather so aliens can invade easier. A damn spaceship disguised as a convenience store. It's no coincidence that people have been seeing aliens all over in the NCR. And all those wars, I mean, people actually believe that the Brotherhood of Steel still exists. They are long gone, spirited away in spaceships. The ghosts in Baja, rogue aliens defecting from their war in space. NCR has been sent to kill them. The Legion? Shit, you think the NCR didn't have a hand in that? They sent Caesar in, infiltrated the followers, wanted to make them look bad because they're the only ones who know about their deep state plans. Then he found out, went rogue. The only reason the NCR is having this war with him is because he realized the truth and he's leading the resistance against them. And that is why I support his goals of destroying the NCR Wasteland hegemony. Well, good. I'm glad you understand. I'd be happy to educate you more on the truth of the world sometime. Why do you want to know? The Boneyard won't say more than that. But I will tell you, I know things. I've been taught things, and I have taught things. Lots of people understand what I'm saying. The Jerky, good, tough meat. You could survive another apocalypse with enough of them. I'm stocking up. Aliens are onto me, and they're gonna hit this place soon. Blow it up! I want to survive when that happens. Stay safe. They're always watching.
Hey there, welcome to Zetan Jerky, home of galaxy-famous food and out-of-this-world deals. Here, a free sample for a first-time customer. I'm happy to help once, but I can't give all my stock away for free. Bunker Bob over there has made me learn my lesson. Bunker Bob, he's an interesting guy. One of my best customers, but it's hard to say whether it's worth it to have him around, since he scares off most of the tourists. Right. Anyways, did you need anything else? Honestly, would you mind? I'm not sure he really has anywhere to go. But he's been talking about finding some underground bunker and waiting out Armageddon in it. If you can get him out of my hair, I'll give you a daily supply of Zetan Jerky, and I'll even throw in some ammo on top of it. How does that sound? Oh, and try to avoid politics with him if you can. Bob thinks aliens are working with the Legion to cleanse the I-15 of the NCR. It's a whole thing. I suspect he's the reason the troops have stopped shopping here. If you get him to leave, do you think you could have a chat with the angry-looking trooper around the Hawaiian King, too? I'm Luis, owner and operator of Zetan Jerky Mart, now with 3 permanent locations in New California. I've been trying to run a business to take care of my family back home. They're originally from Oregon, but we came here for better opportunities. My old man walked into California with pretty much nothing, and spent every dollar he made to get me into Hub U. Yeah, as in Hub University. Not the best school in the Republic, but it did the job, and then some. 4-year degree in entrepreneurship with a mandatory 6 months learning core Republic values. They never taught me how to fill those tax forms, though. I haven't always been lucky enough to have a brick-and-mortar place like this. I'm grateful for the opportunities I've been given. I started out with a small stand right out of college and traded my way up from pea shooters to Gatling lasers at one point. I was even in talks with the Republic about a potential arms deal. Then a certain family came into the picture and pushed me out of business. My 2 security guards must have been tipped off because they were long gone before I even saw the black combat armor come around the corner. They held my family at gunpoint while their goons robbed my stand, destroying anything they couldn't carry. I was capless, and my family was traumatized. I decided to spare them for my business, at least for a while. I still send money home, but I can't risk involving them right now. I reached out to the Barons for a loan, but I was turned down. On the walk home, Baron Stanton approached me and handed me 100 NCR dollars. He told me to buy dinner for my family, and that he wanted to talk business. Not even a month later, he helped me establish this shop, and I haven't had any issues with the competition since. My weapon inventory isn't what it used to be, but the food makes most of the profit anyway. Lots of tourists in Baker. They're the most powerful energy weapons sellers in the Republic. They even used to hold their own against the NCR's army. Although those days are long gone, not much I can do as a single store owner to protect myself. It's certified meat from out of this world. We use the ship on top of the roof to fly out and hunt alien invaders, soak them in marinade, cook thoroughly, and then dehydrate. The end result is delicious meat that can't be found anywhere else on the planet. No, not really. You're eating Brahmin supplied solely by Stanton Farms, the best of the best.
I'll believe it when I see it. Lewis is honestly a good guy, but he has no backbone. We aren't going back in there until Bob is taken care of, one way or another.
Hey, you weren't tailed, were you? No, I could see you weren't. What do you need? Trying to push old Bob out, are you? Can't say I didn't see this one coming. Then want me back in the junkyard, back where I can't spread the truth. I ain't going! Old Bob needs somewhere to hide out. Help me prepare for what's to come. Until then, this is the best place I could be. I figure if aliens are gonna flatten this place, why not hang out where all their stuff is? See, Bob always stays a step ahead. Are you playing dumb with me? The impending alien superweapon that is going to level this entire region. I see that face you're making, but you just wait! You won't be laughing when the aliens nuke this place. They've been planning it with Caesar for years! Well, it better be a nice one. Old Bob can't just stay anywhere, and I've got to wait out what's coming. How's about a bunker? Things are looking up for Bob, eh? I may even let you ride out the apocalypse with me. You could be my personal lackey.
Thank you. Thank you.
Get down! Damn!
Hostile target identified.
That's what I'm talking about! Let them laugh now, but I'll be the one laughing when they're pounding on the bunker door, making for old Bob to take pity on them. Door stays shut, no matter what. Feds won't take what's mine.
I kinda hate to see good things happen to someone like Bob. At least he's out of the picture. You could tell Lewis will lift the boycott to his store. Thank God this is over. I can't live without that jerky.
Always great to see a friend of the community. How can I help you? Oh, wow. I can't thank you enough. The NCR is honestly most of my business, and to think I upset them just by tolerating a difficult customer is tough. I'll work hard to earn back their business. Here, a special reward for you, like I promised. You can stop here once per day and get yourself another free piece of Zetan jerky.
No complaints. Feds can't find me, aliens can't reach me, and Caesar will be on his way to join me soon. Yep, he's on his way here. He left me signs in the clouds on the way here. He told me to stay inside. The day of reckoning has almost come. Stay safe. They're always watching.
Name's Marion. Welcome to the Frontier Store. Let me know if there's anything you'd like. Food, general goods, some surplus ammo, spare parts, that sort of thing. It's a nice enough place. Better than where I used to live. Phoenix. Then the Boneyard. Well, here, of course. My selection is admittedly pretty limited, so if you need specialty gear, I would probably recommend taking a walk over to the motel across the highway. It is way more expensive, though. I work with Gold Star Distribution to keep my prices down, but they aren't a huge operation, so I just sell whatever they're able to ship me. I got the basics if you like to cook, but I understand if you're in a hurry. The Jerky Mart's pretty good for on the go, too. Then, the bar over there sells some food, too, and alcohol, if you like that sort of thing. Oh, that place. Mad Roman is okay. The owner's an asshole, though. Actually, no. Fuck that guy. No! That motherfucker rebranded to make a quick buck off the war with the Legion. €1 sold, 1 Legion soldier shot. Support our troops. Give me a fucking break. He just pockets that money. It's goddamn unacceptable. Okay. Yep. Horrible place. I cannot not recommend it enough. And the Legion? I hate them. The NCR should stop playing around and make them feel what it's like to be crucified. Dad wanted me to keep the toy store. And I did, for a while, after he passed. But I didn't stay for long. If I hear another Caravaneer talk about the Legion's safe roads, I might actually just shoot them. Or, well, no. I'd just kick them out of the store. Caravaneers love the Legion because there's no labor laws. They don't have to pay workers, and the Legion killed all the raiders. I wasn't a Caravaneer. My dad ran a toy shop. The tribals were rough customers, but they left us alone. Toys weren't useful to the Legion, so the Legion didn't bother stopping the local Centurion from extorting us every single day. Couldn't sell toys to the slaves either, and because Phoenix was Slave City, none of the non-slave subjects were allowed in. And then there are the slaves themselves. It was... Actually, I'm done talking about this. Kind of. Not really. It's difficult to explain to someone who's never been there. But that doesn't really matter, does it? You don't have to be a slave to hate the Legion. Well, yes, that should be obvious. I honestly can't wait for the NCR to kick the shit out of them at the dam. Okay. It's a shithole. I already told you this. Okay. Well, it's a city. Pretty big one, too. Thousands and thousands of people. And it had its problems. Crime, corruption, a couple bad neighborhoods. Like, I would still stay out of the mall at night, even if it has been cleaned up. But even that wasn't so bad. The right to vote is just amazing, really. There was a councilman who was calling for the execution of prisoners. Didn't like that. Reminded me of the Legion. So I voted against him. Other people felt the same way. Come election time, the councilman was gone. Mind you, his replacement... Oh, sorry about that. You don't want to talk about politics. Oh, absolutely. Someone did break into my shop, because I'd never had to lock doors before, but other than that, you pay your taxes every year, you know what they're going to be, and there's lots of customers. That type of stability is something hard to come by in the Wasteland. I definitely didn't get it in the Legion. Well, it was great having lots of people pass through when I was younger. But I'm old, and I'm craving peace and quiet. I'd be lying if I said it was easy to start up again, though. Startup taxes and the cost of labor are so much higher out west than back in the Legion. But that is just the price of freedom. My friends at Gold Star Distribution are trying to leave the boneyard, and I'm hoping they'll move closer. Be good for business. Ugh, he's a fuckhead. Forget about it. I just get so passionate about this.
That Euro place? Best thing to happen to Baker. Nothing beats fresh Bighorner.
I was a jackal. You know the jackals? We were raiders who ate people and stole all their stuff. But those days are long past. I like to be upfront with customers. I'm not going to have people losing their minds when they discover that they've been served by someone who used to cook up human flesh. A bunch of us used to roll along the 15. It was a real important number to us. Brings good luck and good fortune. Most of the town you see here was Jackal Central. Oh, that's a long story, but I do enjoy telling it if you want me to. One day, this guy calling himself sheriff came to town. Said his name was Nolan Crow, and that the NCR was coming. He told us that we could either face him or face an army. Our leader laughed at him and ordered his underlings to shoot at him. In 2 seconds, 8 jackals and the leader were dead on the floor. Crow ripped through Baker, killing dozens of jackals. A bunch of them fled town into the hills. I dropped my weapons and just surrendered. When the troopers showed up, they wanted to kill me. But Crow told them that I had already been sentenced. I was doing community service and house arrest. Wherever he went, I went. He showed me how to read, to write, file taxes, all the civilized stuff. About 5 years into this, I asked if he would be willing to settle down with me. He said yes, and we got married in that church over there. No kids, though. We divorced a decade ago, before you ask. His problem got in the way. I don't know if I'll go back to him, but I do still care about him. Alcohol. I quit cold turkey because of him a long time ago. It's a damn shame that he's gone down that path. Fine. He can't have kids anymore. He told me that he had one a long time ago who died of cholera. But ever since then, nothing. We've tried, but the doctors told him that he just can't have them anymore. Stay safe out there.
Hey there, honey. Did you need somewhere to stay? I'm Sylvia Crane, but you can call me Ms. Crane. I'm the owner and operator of Sylvia's Sleepers, an exclusive motel right here in downtown Baker. Oh, you poor thing. You don't have a real thought behind those cute little eyes of yours, do you? I'm gonna have you run along now. When you get cold tonight and need somewhere to stay, you know where to find me. The price will be higher later.
Hello there, I don't believe we've met. Name's Seymour, Hub's son. It's a pleasure to meet you. Hub City's preeminent newspaper, but honestly, the best one printed in the whole state. Been with them for 6 years. That's right, 21 years with the Reading Times and 6 years with the Hub Sun. Sure, it's the Fourth Estate's job to inform. Well, in my youth, I signed up with the Army for the scholarship money. To help me out with experience before college, I was given a job with the Army's newspaper. The Brotherhood War broke out not long afterwards, so I reported on that. After my service was up, I went to college, got an internship with the Reading Times, and the rest was history. Well, because of my combat record, I got permission to report on the Brotherhood War. I was there during the Battle of Fresno. Had a Brotherhood paladin kill 20 troopers in front of me before he committed suicide. I wasn't really happy with combat reporting after that, so I asked for a different post, crime reporting. It was different. I was always on edge on the front, and I expected that to go away after I moved to the city. But going alongside Boneyard Maximum Force squads into the Mar, it was just like that feeling. But man, it actually felt like I was making a difference there. Less censorship. I helped clean up the Mar, and I am damn proud of that. The Hub riots of 73, probably. It's the one that got me to the Hub Sun without an interview. Hell of a thing seeing First Recon out in the streets of a city instead of on the front. I don't feel like I made a difference there. I was just observing. Nothing. I was supposed to report on the Mojave campaign. But no. Old General Oliver bans the press from reporting there. As in, I can be arrested for reporting there. So instead, I just interview people coming back from the front. Maybe the NCR isn't doing as well as Kimball says we are. Or maybe we are winning, but the prices we're paying are too high. Or maybe what we're doing there is so horrible that the administration doesn't want to take credit for it. I can only speculate, but I don't print my speculations. Sure. I'll talk about it, but I try to stay neutral. It's so hard to be unbiased these days. What do I think of Kimball? A lot of things. I know I was in the minority at the Times Hub field office when I wasn't happy to see him get elected. I know they were still pissed about the riots in 73, but he runs on a military intervention in the Mojave. He gets his intervention. But he's not happy with people knowing about what's coming next. I don't trust that. I've lived in it my whole life, so I don't know what else to compare it to. All I can really say is that everyone and everywhere is different. Nowhere is perfect, and everywhere is at least a little okay. That's an unpopular opinion back home, but I really don't see the value in annexing Vegas. The dam? Sure, but Vegas? No. And Kimball's talking about making it a state before Reading? Give me a break. The only reason people are pissed at him these days is because no one's sure if we're winning, and that's worse than losing. The Brotherhood of Steel? When I was a kid, we were allies with them. Not anymore. I'm not sure why we actually began fighting them, but I do know that we are fighting, and it won't stop until we both want it to. I only get secondhand reports from the troopers coming back from the Mojave. Never been out there. I get the sense that they're pretty tough to fight, and that they're a much bigger threat to the NCR than the government lets on. When Bullhead fell to them earlier this year, I wasn't really surprised, but I am concerned. I know we signed a treaty with him, but that's it. I've never been to New Vegas, so I don't even know what his employees think of him. Oh, but we were getting to the good stuff. Well, there were some raids on some caravans down the road. There was a shootout at the town hall, and a new colonel got stationed here. It was some big news. 5 caravans were taken out a month ago. Stuff like that hasn't happened here in over a decade, so people were freaking out. But they never hit the town. I heard that the NCR lost control of their correctional facility out east, so maybe these guys are escaped convicts. It would be, but the town hall is locked down. The sheriff's office and the town hall are refusing press, and my own investigations have failed to turn up anything. Royas is nothing less than the ideal personification of the Californian soldier. Strict, disciplined, fair, forward-thinking. I served under him back when he was a major, and I recently got some time to talk with him off the record. He hasn't changed at all. Oh, but we were getting to the good stuff. Later.
Hello, how are you? Before you drink, I have one major rule in this bar. Don't leave until you're sober. Public intoxication is against NCR federal law. If you leave, I can be charged, and I do not want to be charged for your stupidity. With that out of the way, I am Kareem. This is my bar. How may I serve you? A friend I knew back in Shady. He owned a paint store. He helped me out with learning the ropes of opening a business, so it's in his honor. Mia, she's one of Stanton's old mercs. Had a dispute and quit. NCR City, the old Shady Sands quarter. These days it's suits and government officials and tourists. It's bustling, but the state's taxes were killing me. So I came to the hub because I, at the very least, wouldn't have to pay state income tax. This bar is the result of that journey. And at the end of every journey, when you're huffing and puffing, you need a drink. What? My own personal views? Yeah, okay. Kimball's been a good president. I voted for him. Twice. But man, the taxes to pay for his war in the Mojave are killing me, and we don't seem to be winning. How are we not demolishing a bunch of tribals and skirts without firearms? I'm not really happy with the situation. Well, the Brotherhood is locked in their bunkers, refusing to come out. Every time they pop out, we fry them. Every time we go in, they blow up the bunkers. That war has been going on forever. I have no real sympathy for them at this point. Just hurry up and surrender. Oh, them. They sound pretty bad. Bunch of slaver raiders tearing up Arizona. I hope we wipe those guys out. Well, taking it would be nice. I've been there a couple times. Not to gamble, just to visit. A lot of money there. I can see why the government folks want to make it a state. And honestly, we probably should. Yes? What kind of question is that? It's my country and I love it. Great. That's enough about politics anyways. This again? Great. That's enough about politics anyways. You've come to the right place. There's Frick Stanton, and there's Leland Hightower. Stanton's a Brahmin baron. In fact, I'd say he practically founded this town. I swear he owns more land than this whole town does. Hightower's a water merchant, old money, real rich. You probably saw his home on the way in. Sure, just across the street is the Frontier store. That's where I shop. Nice and clean, good prices, solid inventory. There's a bunch of hustlers around the thermometer. Not a lot of great stuff, but generally cheap. I'd stay out of it at night though. If you want the good stuff, head on down to the motel across the interstate. They're expensive though. I don't remember, sorry. These days, the town hall's kind of locked down. Lots of security there after a shootout, and police haven't really given any updates. No, I don't support that type of stuff. Fair. There's a bunch of drug pushers out on the streets near the school. Makes me sick. And then, it's not a bad place, but there's a casino under the pawn shop. They think they're all sneaky like, but I know the office knows.
Can you believe this? Some asshole put a cone on the statue's head. Seriously, don't people understand the importance of this statue? It wasn't put here for stupid games. If you manage to get it down, give it to me. I want to make sure it gets back to highway maintenance. Absolute disgrace. Some people. You got it down? Good work. I'll take that from you. Glad some people around here still want to uphold respect for the NCR. Take this. Just a little thank you.
Spare some change, mister. Name's Donnie. I'm from Dayglow, but I lost my life savings on the strip. I only had enough to make it to Baker. And my family's pissed at me. They won't come pick me up until I've got my act together. Oh, really? How much? Thanks a lot. Honestly, I spend most of the day outside. I try to do some jobs here and there. It's hard, you know. I used to go to the community center, but I'm not welcome there anymore. Back in Freeside, I got addicted to this drug. Ultrajet. Nasty thing. I kicked it a while ago, but I relapsed about four months ago, I think. I think I've kicked it again, but the owner doesn't trust me. I can't say I blame him. Oh, really? That would be great. The guy you need to talk to is named Melvin. He works in the main office in the community center. Oh, and while you're at it, do you think you could talk to Knox? He's the big guy at the front door. He makes life hell when I stay there. Maybe you could ask him to be a little nicer to me? It's alright if not, but I figured it was worth a shot.
What do you want? Yeah, I got the message. Now I won't mess with Donnie anymore. Now fuck off.
Hey, welcome to the Baker Community Center. Are you finding everything to your liking? Donnie, I feel for him. I really do. We have a strict no drug policy in the community center, though. We don't generally do multiple strikes. If you mess up, you're out. It's harsh, but there's a long line of people who need a bed here. We can't help everyone. The best way to get Donnie in is to have him prove he can hold employment. Otherwise, it'll need to be a substantial fee. If he can pay a yearly rate for a bed rental up front, we'll let him stay. That's probably not an ideal choice, though. The main employers in the area are Mr. Hightower, the water merchant from the hub, or Mr. Stanton at his villa to the south. I believe Stanton provides lodging for his employees as well. You should start with his farm overseer, Stubbs. Hightower is the richest man in the area, maybe the whole NCR. He recently had a new house built across the highway. He has connections in every major NCR city and never spends too long in one place. I haven't seen enough of him to know his intentions, but he claims to want to help the town. Let's hope that is truly the case. Stanton is a complicated man. He provides a lot of food to the NCR, and his farm sustains the town. Unfortunately, this makes him invaluable to the NCR. They cater to his every whim, including protection if he asks for it. He employs many people in his villa and ranches, although I don't often see them come visit Baker, despite being a few miles down the road. It worries me about the conditions those people might be working in. Sounds like a plan.
Got business here?
We have a lot of farmers already. I'm not sure if we're looking for any more at the moment. Maybe he can work inside the villa. Is he a skilled worker? Fair enough, I'll trust you on your word. You've been good to us here, and I suppose we could use another hand tidying up the place. Tell your friend he can start work immediately, and he should head to the adobe buildings inside the villa as soon as he's able.
I'll wait a bit before asking for some change. Oh, wow. I heard the work is pretty hard there. But maybe that'll help me stay clean. Here. I know it's not much, but I wanted to thank you for helping me get my life back on track.
Welcome to the Baker Library. It's quiet, it's cozy, and it's mine. Feel free to browse, just don't bring in any sand. I sure do. Pre-war, post-war, anything with pages and a spine. Most folks come in for coffee, but I like to think a good book still has its place in the world. I've got some old world classics if you want a taste of the past, and some post-war writing too. Slow, but I've got a couple regulars that keep me afloat. Most people are in too much of a rush to sit down and read a book. Always running from one problem to the next until they realize life has passed them by and they never stopped to catch their breath. A good book can teach patience. Seems like that's in short supply these days. Anyways, what were you asking me again? Oh, yeah. Business is slow. Most of these books were either scavenged from old homes or traded with travelers. Not exactly the hub library, but it beats anything east of here, that's for sure. If you find any new books out there, post-war books, not the old stuff, bring them here. I've got plenty of books about the way things used to be. What I need are books about the way things are. I'll pay you fairly. Great. How many do you have? All right. Coffee? Yeah, I've got some. Not exactly fresh ground, but it'll do the job. Most of it is pre-war, vacuum sealed tight. Smells awful when you open the tin, but once you brew it, it tastes, well, tolerable. Sure, I'd be happy to. If you only see the worst in people, that's all they'll ever be. That's from a great author in the Boneyard. History is just a long, bloody list of people who thought they were in charge. I read that one from a newspaper article in the Hub Sun. The Wasteland teaches, but the lessons are cruel.
That's life. What? Bub? Is that you, Bub? Then you're wasting my time. Go talk to Bub. Tell him to come and get me and bring some water, too. My fucking head's killing me. Looks like the law finally caught up with me, huh? You here to throw the book at me, deputy? Go on, then. Maybe that mayor in the town hall will give you a medal. One less roadblock for him to have his way with the place. Fine. I'll go see Bub. Just give me a little bit to sober up. I'll be over there soon.
One holding cell, one cot. First come, first serve. Hey there.
I'm on duty, so make it quick. Yes, I'm aware. Perhaps. I could use an intermediary for this. As you've noticed, our police department is lacking in a lot of the basic necessities. We have 3 broken patrol cars and no functional ones. Our uniforms are hand-me-downs from the Hub State Police. And we have severe personnel deficits. So, as it stands, it is possible for me to secure some of those resources through my friends in the state police. But right now, they don't want to work with me because they have no faith in the leadership of this town. I need to apply pressure on Nolan. The fact is, his alcoholism is ruining his ability to be good police. Well, there's a couple ways to go about it. The first is straight talking him. Maybe you can say something persuasive that I haven't been able to find the words for. The second is by going to the press. There's a reporter. We leak the information to him and use that to get Nolan to clean himself up. The second one, we'd have to be careful. I don't want to destroy Nolan so publicly. Just want to give him the extra push he needs for him to take care of himself. While you're at it, you might want to try talking to his ex-wife Cynthia. She runs a small shop down by the thermometer. She might have some insight on why he turned to the bottle. Whether he chooses to step down or simply take administrative leave for treatment is up to him. I've known my fair share of alcoholics back in the HMPD. It's not easy, but he cannot do the job in the state he's in. Good. I'm sure Nolan will come to me with his decision if you straight talk him. And if you go with the reporter route, I think Nolan's being blackmailed with his condition. I've heard him on the phone with someone a couple times when he thinks I'm not watching. I don't know who, though. Anyways, let me know when you've made a breakthrough. Deputy Bub McDaniels, Baker Sheriff's Office. I serve at the pleasure of Sheriff Nolan Crow. Presently, my duty consists of requisitions, interdepartmental communications, and building the legal framework for cases. The Hub. I was a police officer in the HMPD for 14 years before I took on a posting here. The Hub Police Department has systematic corruption and refuses to abide by the laws they are supposed to serve. I successfully built a case with the Hub State Police and the federal government to prosecute 19 corrupt police officers. I was fired for impairing police unity, but I've always been a good cop, so I moved to the frontier. I'm trying to make sure that Baker's police department will be built right. Absolutely. What's the nature of the complaint? Identity theft is a serious problem for caravaneers due to the sheer amount of paperwork that has to be filed. Out of curiosity, the way you said it, you're not Elias Turner? Is there a particular reason you're filing and not him? Oh, that's going to be a problem. If he can't present himself here, then the matter is technically out of our jurisdiction. That said, while we were talking, I did recall that an arrest of a different Elias Turner occurred on the road to Hub City. We'll have to wait for the Hub Stadies to finish their investigation before I can move on this and request forms. I can help, but it will take at least a month before I can get what I need to properly file the case and get a motion to let your friend through. My recommendation would be to secure a military pass from the colonel at Fort Weston. Well, you've seen the office. We have a general lack of resources and manpower. There's a growing homeless population. The funds to build houses or get them off the streets simply aren't there. No political will in Hub State either. A large criminal organization from Hub City moved in not long ago, and has been worsening the Ultrajet epidemic. And then there's the town hall. Well, it's no secret that the Hub's been on the decline for years. Most of the money these days is in the boneyard, and Kimball seems more interested in... Actually, I don't want to give you a huge speech. The short answer is there have been significant cuts to welfare and housing throughout Hub State. Combined with the jobs moving west, this has wrecked the Hub's economy. Nasty new concoction. Jet cut with pre-war sugar preservatives. Less pure, but even more potent. They only just recently developed a cure for it. They're a Hub-based criminal syndicate led by Levi Castle. He was the brother of Chevy Castle. Are you familiar? That's right. It was a pretty big story. This is that guy's organization. I can't believe they pushed that case so quick. That's why his brother's still free. I understand that they haven't been doing too well in the hub since the projects were demolished, so they came here instead. We're understaffed, and there are other pressing reasons why we can't deal with them right now. That's complicated. Mercenaries attacked the town hall a month ago. They locked down the town hall and have prevented anyone from investigating. There was another shootout a couple days later, but none of the Mercs have seemed interested in open warfare since Colonel Royaz arrived. A business deal gone bad, maybe? We haven't heard anything from the mayor's office, and I'm not sure who Morton Stone is. Something else must be going on, though. The Hub State Police, the Army, the Federales, they're all hanging back according to my friends in the Hub. They must be waiting for something. I only hope this town is ready for that something when it arrives. The current mayor of Baker. We haven't had contact with the last one since the initial shootout. I'm not sure who Morton Stone is, to be entirely honest. The only record I could find of someone with that name has been redacted. Not sure by who. This office is not equipped for a fight of that caliber, plain and simple. All we can do is try and stop the violence from spilling over into the streets.
You're back, and I'm, well, not proud of how you found me earlier. I guess I owe you thanks. Or an apology. Take your pick. You really need an explanation? I had a rough day. Hell, rough year, and needed to take a bit of the edge off. Looks like I ended up taking a bit more than that. I'm Nolan Crow, the sheriff of this fine mess of a town. I keep the peace, or I try to, anyways. Well, I shoot the ones that disturb it. The rest get the message. Ain't no perfect science to it. I never shot nobody that I didn't have to. Oh, Bub dragged you into this, huh? The simple fact of the matter is, what we're doing is working fine enough. I've been improving. I've cut back substantially. He knows this, and while I'm ashamed of my past actions, I have no intentions of stepping down. So, just step back for a bit and let Bub run everything? True. I'll get myself checked into the clinic, but what do you think should happen next? I don't know. I've been sheriff for, I don't even know how long. This is 31 years? I'm fine with one last charge into the gates of hell, because we all have to leave this earth sometime. You better talk to Bub about this. It's also important to bring the clinic into the loop. I'm gonna need people on standby to avoid the seizures, especially at my age.
I don't give a damn what the DSPV says. I'm not walking into Fort Weston and letting some rotten corpse put their hands on me. You think I trust a ghoul to poke around inside me? I need someone human, like you, to fix this mess. Now, hurry up and get to work. My coverage is just as good as anyone's.
Oh, Miss Hoffman, I've explained this. We can't treat you here without DSPV authorization, and we are backlogged weeks before we could even see you anyways. Dr. Baker is highly qualified, and honestly, is better than you deserve.
Qualified? To do what, scare children? I didn't spend years fighting for the Republic so some rotten corpse could tell me what's wrong with me. Who knows? What if it's contagious and he turns me into a freak too?
If you want our help, take it up with your insurance. I can't divert staff and supplies to you while we're already overwhelmed. I can't force you, and I understand.
You people make me sick.
Can I help you? The sheriff? What will he be in for? If it's only for maybe a week or so, we can spare a doctor. Talk to Sister Mercy over in the church. See if we can get a bed there. Did you need medical assistance? Miss Hoffman is suffering from a chronic illness common to Baja veterans. Her insurance through the DSPV covers treatment at Fort Weston, but she refuses to go because the head doctor there is a ghoul. She is demanding we treat her instead, despite her ignorant comments and the fact that our resources are already stretched thin. We will not be treating bigots, especially not bigots who already have health coverage. The Department of Service Personnel and Veterans. Ms. Hoffman is a disabled veteran and is entitled to care as long as the DSPV will cover it. In this case, it will not. Not here, anyways. She will need to head to Fort Weston to begin her treatment. We're busy enough as it is with patients who have no other options and who would kill to swap places with her and have medical coverage. That's a fair point. However, it doesn't change the fact that we don't have enough beds for her at the moment. If you can somehow clear a few of them, we will provide her medical care. Maybe talk to Dr. Archer. She might have a few patients you can help with. Good luck with that.
What the hell do you want? I served the greatest republic in the world, and I am entitled to medical care. They told me that the first day I signed up. They should be thanking me for keeping them safe. But instead, they're calling me a bigot and treating me like I'm the monster. Baja War Syndrome. It's just what you get for surviving out there. Toxins, radiation, bad food, bad water, you name it. No one knows what really causes it, but I'd bet my house it's those damn ghouls. Congress doesn't want to tell Kimball because those zombies vote for him. But I know the truth. I don't just think it, I know it. My CO trusted a ghoul translator in Baja against my warnings. Fucker turned feral when we were on an expedition. Killed 2 troopers. Spurted out radioactive goop all over our rations when he died, too. Didn't have shit else to eat, so we made do. Now I'm paying for it. You ever seen a feral tear through a squad? Watched a friend get ripped apart because one of those freaks lost control? Ghouls are dangerous. All of them. You don't trust a rabid dog just because it hasn't bit you yet. You think I want to be here? Begging for help from people who'd rather watch me die? I've seen too much to trust ghouls, and I won't change. Call me stubborn, but I call it survival. If you want to help, you could convince that pencil-pushing wet noodle of a man at the DSPV to cover my treatment here at the clinic. I'm not going to Fort Weston. So don't even ask. I ain't thrilled about it, but you're right. This damn sickness don't care about my opinions, and maybe I shouldn't either. Fine, I'll go. But don't expect me to start holding hands and getting along with those things.
Hello, brother. I am Sister Mercy. My first name is Mercy. Sister is my title. I once followed in the footsteps of Mother Angela, the first of the asceticists who broke away from the NCR to pursue lives of spirituality and calm. These days, I invite the world to share their ills and dispense advice. Occasionally, I help the followers. We believe that true devotion to God can only be achieved through isolation. Unfortunately, as the NCR continues to expand eastward, Many of us have left further east still. I am the only one left in Baker. I am not even a true nun anymore. Too many people. A healer from the hub who left the city, believing that the noise of the people drowned out the voice of God. She journeyed east and discovered this temple in the middle of nowhere, long before the masses arrived. Once they came, she decided to journey further east. I don't know, but she's never come back. Sure. His name is Right. He doesn't worship our God, but he's dedicated to spirituality just as we are. Calls himself Dharmist. Very well. I will hear your sorrows. Do you require medical attention? A normal, human reaction. The road to revenge is a bloody one. Perhaps you can walk away after it's over, but it will follow you for the rest of your life.
I don't believe we've met. Welcome, traveler. I am Tyler Wright. It's a pleasure to meet you. A church. Our Lady in the Desert is an ancient religious site. The people from before the deluge worshipped a god who promised eternal life. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, it became a place of sin and violence. The jackals are gone now, leaving the devout to once again spread the good word. The local sister, who has tended to this site for many years, allows me to preach here, provided I do not interfere with their solitude. No, a sister of God. Sister Mercy. She found this church many years ago and brought a flock of true believers here to live alone from the outside world so that they may commune with their God alone. I think that's a strange way to try and reach the masses with their vision. Humans who have succumbed to the vices more than most. They walk the earth, thieving and murdering all in their path. They are without a trace of holiness. They've long left these lands, attracted to the hellish glow from Gomorrah to the east. You may ask. I am a follower of the way of Rita. There's a lot to say. It is an ancient religion, older than the war, older than the country whose dead bones you walk, older than perhaps even the ground itself. Still, I suppose I can give you the basics. Everyone has karma. All the choices you make, the life you live, they change the world around you. All those karmas interact with each other. In our vast and infinite cosmos, there are rules by which these karmas meet. The rules in the world they make are called Rita. The Rita must be reinforced through righteous actions. The way of Rita seeks to show the world righteous actions. Those that require sacrifice, honor, and kindness. Dharma laid out many teachings. He spoke much wisdom, all the more impressive considering that he did not have a body. The wrong thing is rewarding, a path to power and riches. The right thing is not. Anyone who understands that is at risk of temptation, and if everyone is tempted, everyone gives in. This is what happened before the deluge. The Rita had rotted through in 2077. All those consequences of all those actions annihilated the earth. But the bombs were not the greatest punishment. The Kali Yuga refused to end. The Rita was so broken that not even the great Buddha himself could usher in the repurification of humanity. We live in a broken world. If we all do the right thing, then one day it may be fixed, and our apocalypse will be over. No, the Kimball administration has banned missionaries of all religions from traveling through the Mojave Military Authority for the last 5 years. He believes that it will undermine the mission there, whatever he believes his mission to be. You may ask. Did you have further questions? You may ask. I lived in a city of vice, known as New Reno. The people lived as far from the path of Dharma as possible. A missionary from NCR City came to my town and told me there was a better path. After I graduated high school, I left home to study the way. Once I was finished, I returned to Reno to spread the good word. Dharma accepts that in order for people to be enlightened, they must attain artha. That is, social and economic fulfillment. There is no justice without that. Outside of my sermons, I worked as a marriage counselor in New Reno for over a decade. It worked out well, since I was usually the person who had married them. I came to the hub to promote the way. I found that people there were stuck in their ways. After that, I attempted to journey to the Mojave, but I was blocked from entry. I have chosen to remain in Baker to help those here attain artha. It is so easy to join the way through words alone. You must accept the truth of the wasteland, of the world. That all the suffering in the world is due to want. That the world won't get better when you get everything you want. That the only way to fix the world is to eliminate desire. It's easier to do that when you no longer have need. Only once that is done can we finally move into the next kalpa. Everyone thinks that. You could benefit from following the way.
Hello, brother. I know who you mean. That punctures even my isolation. Tell him that he is more than welcome to come here. God bless you.
What do you need? All right, I'll head over there and talk to Bub. Get the arrangements made.
My first instinct is to deny that request. The man is old. Back in the hub, he'd be facing mandatory retirement. In any event, he's violated the law knowingly and repeatedly. That's prosecution worthy. In my view, the only way to clean things up around here is by showing the people that we've really changed. Put some faith back in us. Damn. That's rough, that is. It would be cruel to take a man away from the only life he knows if he doesn't have the chance to make a new one. Nolan can stay on as sheriff. I would agree to that, provided of course that he fully kicks his addiction. Sure.
You're not a trooper. Do you have business here? Name's Doc Baker. That town to the east of here, I founded it, believe it or not. Back before the Great War, all of the settlements you see back in New California, Shady, Junktown, the Den, yep, that was all me. It's good to be skeptical, especially since I'm just messing with you. You're not a trooper, so you'll have to pay. But yeah, I can treat you. Oh, and it has to be an NCR money. The department doesn't let me take caps. Sure. Sure thing. Of course, there's no guarantee that I'll be honest. No, it isn't. I change my name every time I move so I can make the same joke I played on you. Let's see, I've been Rancher Junktown, Mr. Shady, and Johnny Sacktown. Maybe someday I'll be Tommy Hoover, mechanic. Originally, a tiny place called Nevada City. You wouldn't know it. Before I joined the NCR Army, I lived in Cemetery Quarter in the hub, or Sunset Point, whatever the official name is these days. What's it like being a human? Come on now, that's not an interesting question. I got exposed to radiation while scavenging the ruins of an old nuclear test site to the east of here. My suit got punctured by robot gunfire, and that let a bunch of radiation seep in. That was oh so long ago. Sure. Ask them. Colonel Royez. We had a captain, but she got posted to the power station when he showed up. The fort, some influential counselor from the hub state decades ago. I met his grandkid once. He died during the first battle of Hoover Dam. Kind of a shame. He seemed like a nice kid. Was once the absolute frontier of the NCR along the Long 15. Doesn't hold really any importance these days. Sure. You aren't my secretary. Not that I have one. You don't have to announce my patience for me. Any particular reason you're here and they're not? Ah, I see. What reason did she give you? They're bringing crime. They like shooting each other up. They smell bad. One of them T-boned my wagon. Ah, I get it. I feel much the same with humans whenever they decide that they want to mug me, or shoot me, or stab me. I'll treat her, by the way. I took a Hippocratic oath long ago. You can go back and tell her that I don't mind treating people who hate me. It's a chronic multi-symptom illness with no real cure. Lots of symptoms. Diarrhea, tardive dyskinesia, bouts of vomiting, headaches, severe and irregular body pain attacks, cancer, bouts of shortness of breath. A lot of troopers stationed in the Gulf of California got it, and no one's really sure why. You'd think so, but troopers from Baja typically have lower rates of battle fatigue than most of the others were in. In fact, one of the reasons we're not sure what causes it is because the NCR veterans offices kept labeling it as battle fatigue. They lumped all the symptoms together. I'm not sure. I've treated it a lot over the last couple of decades, and I've read most of the literature we have on it. A lot of tests that OSI has run indicate that it's the after effect of nasty chemical weapons tests, but no one was testing them in Baja. Of course, something could have happened long before NCR showed up here. It's definitely something in the air. NCR Rangers were in Baja long before the troopers were. The veterans used gas masks and riot armor, and most of them were fine. And ever since gas masks were issued a decade ago, the rates of Baja War Syndrome have gone down. Ah, I heard the same when there was a cholera outbreak in the hub. It turned out that homeless people were crapping in one of the wells. What does this rumor and this real outbreak have in common? They both came out of someone's ass.
You again? I'm doing this, but I'll be keeping my eyes on that damn zombie the whole time. Might as well get it over with.
Hey again. Thanks for all your help. I don't think I could have sobered up without you pushing me. Cleaning myself up was only the first step. Now it's time to clean up the entire town. Bubs managed to pull some strings and get this sheriff's office some more resources. Better radios, some more guns, and a couple more bodies for the force. We've also traded 2 of our broken police cars for detainment wagons. I intend to use them. First, I'm going to start having the police officers we have make regular beats along Main Street. 2 cops on the street at all times. These pairs will work 8 hours on the street, 2 hours training, and 2 hours of paperwork. Training will consist of an hour in the yard with me and an hour with Bub. Second, I intend to mobilize some of those MPs that Fort Weston's been hogging for themselves. They've been greedy, only using their cells for their own troopers and their own crimes. Well, no more.
Hello, friend. It's nice to meet you. I am Gruger. This isn't as bad as the hub, but things are fine, I think. Getting better all the time, and I'm optimistic for the future. Still, I'm not happy right now. My pension's getting held up because of politicians back west. That would be nice. I'm not sure what the holdup is. I've tried the DSPV like they told me to, but the office made me wait for hours and hours. Finally, a man there told me I needed to come back tomorrow. So I did. And the same thing happened again. 6 times I tried. And 6 times I went home empty-handed. I wish my wife was still here. She would know what to do. Thank you. You have a good heart, human. You will need to speak to Brad at the DSPV. Good luck. He can be a very mean man. I live here. I retired from the army years ago. I came here with my wife. She was a trooper in the 2nd, just like me. Got married in New Reno, and came here because she wanted to visit the East. It wasn't like that. She trusted me because I cannot... It's embarrassing. Sorry, I don't want to talk about it. She said I was nicer than most of the troops, and told me I looked lonely. Yes, but I do not want to talk about it. She died. Thank you. Let's talk about that. NCR and proud. Heavy gunner with 2nd Division. Against the Brotherhood. Some. I knew 18 others in my division. The Rangers had some more, though, but I never met them. It was hard fighting. Power armor doesn't break easily, and the bunkers were death traps. A lot of my friends died, and it makes me sad that it's still going. War is a terrible thing. It's a good place to live. Many opportunities for mutants compared to the Wasteland. And it's been getting better all the time. I will be voting to re-elect Kimball. He's been doing good things for mutant rights. Let's talk about that. I was looking for a friend of mine. He was kidnapped and taken to a mine called Mariposa. He died from the same green stuff that turned me into a super mutant. After that, it's hazy. I was a slave for a while to someone, but they left after a rebellion. Wandered the wastes after that. It was 40 years ago. I have long gotten over it, but thank you. Yes, 2 semesters of education at Reading Community College and Vocational School. You speak well for a human, too. Goodbye, friend.
Nothing moves slower than an NCR line.
Ah, hell, I'm busy enough with troopers and their claims. What do you want? My name is Brad. I'm with the DSPV. Department of Service Personnel and Veterans. We handle veterans affairs. Medical insurance claims, family pensions, records, posthumous medals, review boards, GI benefits, all of it. Who? Oh, that's right, Gruger. Big green guy who still wears his sand tee for some reason. I'm sorry, I can't help you. You're making me fall even further behind, and this backlog of claims could probably stretch across the whole I-15 end to end. You'll need to try another office. Maybe. Alright, make yourself useful. Here's a stack of papers for you to do. Let me know when you're finished. You're back again? Because our building, ironically enough, has not been built yet, we have to wait for an additional fiscal year following the annexation of the Mojave before the NCR will put money towards it. Because I am a single man with jurisdiction over thousands of NCR troopers from an area from Fort Irwin to Hoover Dam. I have no runners, no secretaries, an infinite amount of paperwork to process, and a bunch of busy work to keep the suits and Shady happy. Yeah, damn. This again? Yeah, you did a great job. That's why I gave you some cash for it. Another 468 of those sessions and I'll be caught up. Then we can talk about getting to Gruger's pension. What? You know what? Alright. If you do more paperwork, I'll sign Gruger's pension for you. Here's another stack. If you're going to bother me, at least start sorting some of this paperwork. Alright, fine. But only because your eyes are getting so red that I'm worried what a third round of work might do to you. Here you go. Gruger's paperwork, signed and approved. Don't go telling everyone I signed it, in case Senator Morales' bill actually passes. I don't want to lose my job.
Hello again. Thank you, human. This changes things for me. More than you know. I can take care of my home now, and get a better plot for my wife. It's not much, but I want to give you this. If you ever need somewhere to stay, my home is always open. Things are fine, I think. Getting better all the time. And I'm optimistic for the future. Now that I have my pension, who knows what's in store for me? Goodbye, friend.
Hey, stay back from the tunnel. There's an ongoing search and rescue operation underway. For your own safety, I need to ask you not to go any further. We aren't entirely sure. This tunnel's been blocked by debris for years, and the thing just seems to go on forever. About a month ago, our drilling crews finally broke through, and an expeditionary force was sent in to see what was up ahead. Their mission was to punch through to Death Valley and open a connecting route north, but it's been radio silent since they entered. At least 40 troopers. You don't have to say anything. I know, the odds of them all being fine are probably quite low. They were expected to be gone for a while, and radio signals may be impossible to transmit in there, depending how far it goes. A red flag went up after 2 weeks. That's when their truck should have returned for a resupply if they needed it. My unit didn't hear about this until a week after that, and we had to be rerouted from SR ops in the Sierras. I immediately sent my 4 best troopers into the tunnel, armed to the teeth with combat kits, but it's a long tunnel and they went on foot. Honestly, it wasn't nearly as bad as fighting the Brotherhood. A bunch of raiders in the bush. Still, troopers disappeared on me more than when I was stationed in Maxon. Combat search and rescue operations. When troopers go missing or are stranded behind enemy lines, they send us to get them out. We're usually the last squad to pull out of hot zones, and the first to go in if anything happens to NCR scouts. First in, last out. It's a dangerous job. I won't authorize something like that. My orders are not to let anyone through this tunnel. You'll need to speak to Sergeant Parks at Fort Weston to get permission first. He's been overseeing troop movements and handling PR for this incident. I have no intention of abandoning anyone. That's why we're here in the first place. Fine, go ahead. Make sure you go in well armed. Whatever's in there is able to make 40 troopers disappear. I would prepare for the worst.
This is Major Grant Halstead, Death Valley Expedition Force leader. We've entered and secured the State Road 127 North Tunnel. We've traveled approximately 4 miles, but progress has been slow. The collapse is worse than anticipated. Tons of rubble between us and whatever's on the other side. Scouts found a major blockage up ahead, but also identified some kind of underground connector between the road tunnel and something else. Looks old but sturdy enough. Strange to find a facility underneath a mountain like this. Halstead again, setting up an FOB here to establish communications and dig in while we work on breaching the main obstruction. I'm confident once we clear some of this rubble, we'll be through to the outside soon. I'm diverting the main expedition force to temporarily explore this facility and see where these tunnels lead. I've left Lieutenant Chapman and a small team to guard the staging area. If the worst comes to us, I want someone to be able to escape and call for backup. Whatever's down here is broadcasting a faint radio signal, seemingly from beneath us. Halstead, log 3. The connector led to what looks like an old railway tunnel. God help us. It's a massacre. We're down 12 troopers already. The train tunnel was blocked, so I ordered explosives to be placed on the tracks and blow straight down. I know it sounds crazy, but the radio signal was right beneath us. Some kind of automated drone came out of nowhere. It must have been waiting for us. It's fast, tough as hell. Bullets just bounce off it. We couldn't retreat, so I ordered everyone left to enter the facility and regroup. Whatever this place is, I'm gonna destroy it. I won't be responsible for letting this thing escape. At least I told Chapman to stay put. I sure hope he makes it out. Final log, Major Grant Halstead. We're in what looks like a control room deep in the facility, low on ammo, down to just a handful of explosives. We're wounded, exhausted. That damn drone is still coming, tearing through whatever's left of my troopers. We'll draw it in here, set the charges, blow it to hell. Ugh. If you're listening to this, turn back. There's nothing to find out here but death.
This is Lieutenant Chapman reporting in. Major Halstead's team breached the lower tunnels a few hours ago, but the explosions down there must have stirred something up. Cazadors. Swarms of them. They came out of the walls and the rubble, headed straight for us. They're way too fast for us to escape, and running would just lead the Cazadors to the rest of the expedition. We fortified what we can. Porter and Sandoval went down fighting. The rest of us have barricaded ourselves in the command room. We've got ammo, but they'll be in here any second. If anyone finds us, know that we didn't run. Let this be a warning to future expeditions. This place is a tomb. Lieutenant Chapman, signing off.
You must be bloody stupid. You can't hide from me. Didn't you hear me coming? Now I will fight you. I say.
Any news? Wow, this is unbelievable. If you weren't showing me the holotapes, I wouldn't believe it. We'll make sure Major Halstead and his troopers are given heroes' funerals, with full honors. Here, I've been authorized to provide you with a substantial reward, in the unlikely event that you succeeded. Thank you for helping them find peace. The brass will argue for months on how to unleash the tech in there on their enemies, but it's likely they'll decide to seal the tunnel permanently. I don't think anything in there needs to see the light of day again.
Something ain't right with my checks. I'm telling you, something just ain't right.
I've got a lot of work on my desk. Whatever you want, make it quick. Well, we're a little over budget and a little bit behind the schedule, but completion is within sight. Oh, you're one of those skeptics. Look, the overpass construction project is a monument of good old Californian ingenuity. Problems do arise, and they will keep arising, but we will overcome them. 7 years. 1 year. Oh, well, many things. Red tape, bureaucratic frustrations, employee turnover, environmental studies, the works. Nothing too different than the usual delays back west. I should be getting back to work. You need something? I am Project Foreman Fold. I'm overseeing the construction of the Wendell-Peterson Memorial Highway. This conversation is over.
Oh, are you one of the new workers? My name's Luz. There's a drill for you somewhere. Nothing. For now. Construction of the Wendell-Peterson Memorial Highway. It was supposed to have been finished years ago. Fine. That would be Lemon. Or Emmanuel Fold. Although, if you believe the rumors, in any event, he's the foreman. For now, at least. That he's taking money from Stanton, deliberately slowballing the project. I don't know about that. He'd be stupid to be working with that guy with the court cases going on right now. He's definitely corrupt, though. I'm trying to get him removed. He's not paying us what he owes, and the way he's working us, I'm not convinced he's actually trying to do his job. We need leverage. We don't have any hard evidence of wrongdoing on Lemon's part, but we suspect he's been cutting our pay. It's not normal for a check to be different amounts every month, right? The project is partially funded by Frick Stanton, but there are rumors about him slow-walking the project intentionally. I don't personally believe that, though. Once you do that, you could either head to Hightower or go to the press. The only things Fold understands are power, money, and reputation. If you threaten one of those, they'll probably work with you. There's a few ways you could help us get a seat at the bargaining table. Our main issue is we need proof of wrongdoing. Stolen wages, broken equipment, or other general corruption would do. Lemon won't trust any of us snooping around, but maybe you can get him to slip up or check out the equipment to get proof that we can't do our jobs here. Leland Hightower is the guy around here if you want to get something done. He's got the resources to make things happen, and we want him on our side. Doesn't seem like he's bought and paid for. Probably because he has too much money to care about that. I don't know. You're the one offering to help. Maybe Fold has something in his tent? Good luck getting him out of there, though. If you're real handy with tools, you could check out our equipment. A lot of it is non-operational, but that's as far as our technical knowledge goes. If you can figure out how everything is broken, maybe there are some clues there, too. Thanks. No hard feelings if you come up short.
Oh, well, you see, as a matter of safety, I shut those machines down. And I must have forgotten to turn them back on in the morning. Look, what do you want from me? Shit. It's Stanton, okay? He sends the money to keep things from moving too quickly. He puts a lot of money into Baker, and he does a lot of good things for the people here. A completed overpass will lead to the NCR clearing out Kelso and making a new highway south. That means traffic can avoid Baker, and I-15 risks drying up. It's good for everyone if we don't finish this thing. This could have been easy, you know? I would have paid you to keep your stupid mouth shut. Now I have to give it all to those lazy bums just to save my own skin. Fuck you. Give me the settlement form. I'll sign it.
If you're thinking of doing something stupid,
Yes? What do you want? Are you new in town? Or to the NCR in general? Ah, well, I suppose it doesn't matter. I'm Leland Hightower, CEO of the New California Water Company. Is there some particular reason you're speaking to me? Yes, the nightmare that has been plaguing Baker for nearly a decade. Did you have any news? This is getting complicated. Stan has a lot of power around here. We can't exactly go arrest him over this. We could either arrest the project foreman or potentially turn Stanton into the press. Which would you like to do? That is a reasonable decision. I'm gonna make a few phone calls to my friends at Fort Weston. I think this calls for Fold to lose his freedom, not just his job. I'm sure he'll think twice about doing something like this after a few years behind bars. Yes? What do you want? Put simply, we are the lifeblood of every community in New California. The previous administration botched the handling of the NCR's great reservoirs of water, so we were given exclusive control over every drop of water in New California. The hub has been the source of water to California for nearly 2 centuries. It's only right that it falls to us. Indeed, and with this power comes great responsibility. We strictly regulate the usage of water and are always looking to make sure all new sources of water are monitored, clean, accessible, and used for the common good. Of course, civic-mindedness is the bedrock of Californian democracy. What did you want to discuss? President Kimball is the personification of hub state politics, for better or for worse. Patronage over bureaucracy and underfunding of government departments, lack of federal aid to the states, corruption, obedience to moneyed interests, and a lack of social safety nets. I've spoken with him at length on these issues, but he believes that all these problems are temporary ones, or they're not actually problems. It is a difficult place to run a business. The city has been desperate for revenue since the '73 riots and was forced to increase taxes on its citizens. The state government prioritizes the suburbs over our urban working class. Rampant corruption on all levels of power impairs efficiency and erodes public trust in our institutions. And the most important high-paying union jobs continue to leave for, well, the West. The hub has always been a difficult place for mutants to live peacefully. In '73, it boiled over after police attacked a ghoul woman of the oldest trade. I have a distaste for the profession, but I also acknowledge it as a legitimate occupation. She didn't deserve that. I remember seeing the smoking downtown from my office in the Water District, and I saw the poor of the hub shoot at officers in the Heights District. So many people just left after that. The hub has never recovered. Labor unions, the spokesmen of the workers, a vital component of any democracy. Kimball has been uniformly hostile to them and has broken up dozens of smaller unions and a couple of the larger ones. In the hub, the only major union left is the Desert House Railroad Workers Union, a sharp decline and sad to see. if you wish. It is a large and growing community, centered on tourism to the Strip, military movement to the west, agriculture, and the overpass construction project. Well, there is a significant level of corruption. The Ultrajet epidemic has hit Baker unusually hard. Even with the current police situation, it really shows no signs of slowing. In addition, should the NCR expedition to the Mojave reverse, this town will enter a steep decline. Based on my information, that's closer than you might think. Something major. I've been forming connections with the powers that be for decades, and I clearly interrupted something when I got Colonel Royas transferred here. Secret meetings at hub ranches, an emergency meeting in Shady, troop transfers at Merc and Fort Irwin. A lot of powerful people are going out of their way to not talk about it. If I had to guess, the hub is making a move against Stanton. That said, now that I've called Colonel Royas here, the trade war between them is unlikely to escalate any further. That is correct. I had to burn quite a few favors to get him transferred here from his wonderful campaign protecting lakefront property in the Sierra Nevada. There were caravan attacks not too long ago, and I thought his forces would be more useful protecting our largest supply line of the Mojave than some vacation and CEOs. Sure, if that's what you want. It's important to the future of the NCR. Securing control of the Mojave will enable greater control of the Long 15 and enable further NCR expansion through Nevada and to Utah. The dream of a stable, peaceful civilization is in sight. And of course, locally, the annexation of New Vegas as the first true new state of the NCR since its founding will help with our economy. Its populace still uses the bottle cap, and that's something that will make the transition from the dog to the cap much easier. More important than most people understand, it's not all military prowess. People need to feel like their currency is worth something to feel secure. They need to feel that the fundamentals of society function. If they don't, well, then society is doomed. They are a serious threat to civilization and represents a backward step to the time of anarchy and violence. I assume most people in Arizona, New Mexico, and Colorado are by and large good people, so it's up to us to free them from Legion totalitarianism. Why wouldn't they? The NCR is the best hope for the Wasteland. After nearly a decade of contact with them, surely they have realized that by now. Sure, if that's what you want. Ask them. It is, isn't it? It's my winter home, away from the hub. I had it built as a vacation spot many years ago. Eventually, though, I hope to turn this town into a great business center, the perfect bridge between the hub and the Mojave. It is a pity my wife didn't live to see it, but I'd imagine that she would have loved it. Very well. That is correct. My company has a net worth of approximately 215 million NCR dollars. It won't be half as impressive as putting it back in the hands of the people. It is the duty of the rich to act as the great investor of the next generation of entrepreneurs and this generation of the poor. I hope to have put 95% of this great sum back into the hands of the people before my life is over. My gift to the people of the NCR. Yes, my wife is deceased, unfortunately. A particularly aggressive cancer. My son is in training at the Shady Business School to learn how to run this company. He'll be interning with the followers in the boneyard next year to learn how to run people. I'm very proud of him. And my daughter is a more creative type, painter and writer. They're so busy these days, I only have Cavill to keep me company.
I'm quite busy. Did you need something? I am Hezekiah, personal chef to Mr. Hightower. though calling these backwater supplies of flesh and starch cuisine is frankly offensive. I trained in Dayglow, where food was an art form, not a war crime. Mr. Hightower is an excellent employer, although I'm not sure if I'll ever forgive him for sending me to a backwater hole such as this. I jest, of course. Mr. Hightower appreciates good food, but he insists on these pointless acts of charity. I am forced to prepare my creations, painstaking, delicate masterpieces, for people who would smother foie gras in gyro sauce. It's tragic, really. Because refined talent is wasted on the poor. If you want to poach gecko fillets in citrus butter and finish them with a sage foam, you need a patron wealthy enough to appreciate the effort, or at least pay for it. Hub ghouls would rather eat canned beans with their hands. No thank you. When Mr. Hightower allows me creative freedom, I deliver elevated cuisine. Imported Brahmin marrow, hand-harvested cactus blossoms, delicate bighorn consommé. But the moment his populist guilt sets in, he insists I prepare something simple for the common man. I nearly resigned when he asked me for meatloaf. I would open a tasting salon in Shady Sands. 12-course menus, every dish a story. Each flavor profile a challenge to the senses. I do not serve meals like some common caravan cook. I curate experiences, and you, my dear, have the palate of a rad roach.
You got kills. I know you got kills. I can hear them rattling in your pocket.
Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm aware. I'm trying to work on it, but there isn't much I could do without the know-how and the signal strength. We aren't exactly technicians over here, but as far as I could tell, the biggest problem is that power station to the east isn't giving us enough juice. If you could somehow improve the output and then send over some of that power, we'd be able to broadcast all the way to Vegas, and probably back to the hub too. Damn, can you imagine that many people listening to Woozer? That'd be something special. I go by Woozer. Yeah, it's my birth name, before you ask. The hub, born and raised. Just looking for a fresh start. Can't afford it. I had to leave the hub a while ago, and I came here to get myself back together. This is only the second roughest place I've slept in, though. As long as I keep playing the music, most of the people here leave me alone. First what? I misspoke. This is the roughest place I've slept in. Yeah, a lot of the homeless in Baker live here. The followers can't really keep up with it and had to kick a bunch of people out for not paying their medical bills or not having insurance. So, they came here, where all the trash is dumped, to pick through the scraps. The followers used to do inhaler exchanges here before one of them got mugged. Police sometimes have to come in for the ODs. There is a community here, even if it's a loose one. There are rules about how we treat each other. I expect the police or army to clean this place up sometime in the next year, but until then, we're here. It's my radio station. Doesn't have much range, but it's my little contribution to the place. I'd love to see it cover an area bigger than this junkyard. It's new. New isn't always good, but new should always be heard. I have a runner who brings holotaste of this stuff from the hub scene every month or so. New performances, new songs. And if we want to build a better world, we have to embrace the new. If we keep listening to the old stuff, we'll end up just like they did. Nah, I'm talking about the government, the old US one. I used to think they had it good because there wasn't a Wasteland back then. I know better now. Yeah, sure. Why not? It's not something people always like hearing about, but I try to keep an open mind. What, generally? Or the government, or the people, or what do you mean? I don't know. When I was a kid, I hated it. Hated everything about it. The cities, the government, the mutant Californians. I hated the taxes, the war, the crime, the police, just like everything. But I got a new perspective on things while I was in prison. Lockhart State Penitentiary. Most people in the hub go there. Arson. Don't really want to go into more detail. What was the original question? The NCR, right? I think they remind me a lot of the past. And I can't say that's a good thing. The world isn't great. And that's been true for most of the past, so the only way to make things better is to look to the future. I still don't like the NCR, but now I don't like them for different reasons. Good ones, not just blind hate. The biggest one is that everyone thinks they can get everything good about the old world without any of the bad. I don't think it'll work. People in power are all the same, really, no matter where you're from. I never met Caesar, but he's probably not too different from Kimball or a police commissioner or a gangster. You want power, it means you're not satisfied with things. And that's okay, but it also means you're not satisfied with yourself. That's why we got so many wars. Folks in power can't be satisfied with where they are. The people aren't great. No one wants to hear that, but that's the truth. They live better than folks out in the Wasteland, but there's so much anger all the time. And if they can't find peace with themselves, then we're in for more wars. Go for it. It's a war. You know, supposedly we signed a treaty with the Rangers to start it. And I'm sure we could do something good for the people there, but we can also do a lot of bad. Maybe we can clear out the raiders and everyone in New Vegas can live all nice and pretty, just like the average Hubbazin or Yarder. Or maybe we'll kill every last person there. I've heard about Bitter Springs. I think there'll be a dozen more battles of Bitter Springs. Seems like no one's willing to give peace a chance. The Legion? I only seen them on the news. I've heard that they're led by a follower. Can't say I'm surprised that giving a follower power led to the Legion. Power does that. Government's using that as an excuse to crack down on the followers. Crack down on everyone. Like they'd be any different. When I was younger, I hated them. I thought the NCR fought the wrong enemy in the Enclave War. Couldn't see that there was a world without the NCR, the Brotherhood, or the Enclave. I was so angry that we were just keeping them in their bunkers instead of finishing them off. Wanted us to use every weapon we had on them. Exterminate them forever. I know there's no point now. I used to believe that the Wasteland was degenerate, and that only the Enclave could have rebuilt it back to how America was. The Brotherhood were scum, standing in the way of that, and then everything else was standing in the way of that. That's how it was in the Neoclave. That's the gang I was in. Not anymore. I don't hate them anymore, I just feel sad for them. They keep hanging on to the old ways. But the thing about the old ways is that they're old ways. I've heard people talk about them like they're going to be the saviors of the Wasteland, but I doubt it. Their vision of a world where power is evenly distributed amongst the people, a world with no gods or masters. I think most people are too angry to hear what the followers are saying. And the followers reach out to educate, and that's good. but they don't reach out to make a person truly better. That just isn't what they do. No, it's not that. But I think people believe that the followers are going to save them. When you rely on other people to save you instead of saving yourself, well, no one can help you. It's like that with everybody. People give up our land and the NCR government in the name of progress, our identities to the Legion. Others give up our technology to the Brotherhood, our thinking to the followers, and our responsibility to everyone else. I'm sure it'll come up again. Not at all. It's my passion, though. I'm not a member anymore. Got arrested for burning down a couple ghoul businesses. Gave one of them third-degree burns. In prison, I realized it was all bullshit, and I will never go back to that life. Ever since I got my tattoos removed in Vault City and shaved my mullet, it's only been music and love for me. And I aim to keep it that way. We believed that the wrong side had won the Enclave War. The Enclave was rebuilding America, and we felt that the NCR wasn't up to it. They weren't willing to purge the undesirables. Mutants, immigrants, the She, the Brotherhood, the parents, the politicians, the banks, the media, the Dharmas. We hated damn near 2/3 of the population. We owned a good chunk of streets on the hub, but the big shots were in the prisons. Of course I do. That's not even a real question. The real question is, how long did it take for me to realize? The answer's too long. The guy in charge worked with everyone. Told me that in prison, his job wasn't to launch the race war, but to keep the race peace. I told him that was bullshit and picked a fight with the shot caller. He told me that I had to get a beatdown and that's not important. But after that, I wasn't working with them anymore. And despite all of the bullshit, all of the ghouls left me alone. Some of them even tried to be friends. And that was when I realized that everything they told me on the streets was a fucking lie. If the Enclave was all that was left of America, then there was nothing left worth rebuilding. It's time to move on.
This is a restricted area. State your business. Oh, well. It's nice that you came to my lonely little outpost. Talk to Mikhail. He's inside. I was the commander of Fort Weston up until a month ago when Colonel Royas showed up. Got transferred here to make sure nothing comes through the gate to the south. It's a matter of capabilities. Royas's troops are better equipped than my garrison was, so they were better equipped to patrol the roads. I couldn't really refute that, so I got posted here because it's the next highest priority installation. Yeah. Honestly, I wish I had a combat posting. Legion are overrunning the Mojave, and I'm stuck guarding a power plant. It just sucks. If it was operational, it'd be one thing, but I'm guarding a useless installation. I want to do something, damn it. Nothing good. Feel free to enter at your own risk. That land is not patrolled or protected by the NCR. An old bomb crater blocks the road to Kelso a few miles ahead, and it's seeping with radiation. No point in clearing out whatever's up there, just to turn into ghouls in the process. If you're looking to do some hunting or find some action, that's where you'll find it. But don't expect us to come running if you get into trouble.
My name is Mikhail. I'm this facility's OSI director. I'm in charge of keeping this substation operational and diverting its power across the region. At least, whatever power we can get out of this place still. The station is currently only producing emergency power, which is around 30% of our total capacity. Office of Science and Industry. It's the NCR's government main research bureau. Our job is to solve problems before they begin, but usually we're just cleaning up the messes of everyone else. Usually the followers. We want its electricity, or, well, more accurately, its finer control of electricity. Right now, the dam has to route power to the hub before its power level can be changed. That causes all sorts of brownouts because the hub's power needs change depending on the time of day. I was born into it, actually. Both of my parents were OSI agricultural scientists on the Big Circle. They studied the reproductive habits of the black bloatfly. I understand it's important, but that was too boring for me, so I took engineering and electrical courses instead. They're a bunch of anarchists. I have never liked them. God bless Kimball for taking the OSI out of the hands of those nut jobs. No, just this facility. I'm kind of my own boss, though. OSI East is in the Mojave, and this is technically outside the Marshall Zone and NCR border. Okay then. Robots. Lots and lots of robots. The place was inactive when NCR first took control of it. My predecessor turned on the power without running any security checks. As you might expect, the robots reactivated and massacred a bunch of the troops. We haven't been able to stage a recovery mission. Nothing. NCR ate a lot of lead, and OSI doesn't want the machinery damaged, so they just locked it off. I'm honestly pretty pissed at the last guy. The pre-war people actually left a note telling us that this would happen and the key code to turn them off. Yeah, you know what? Sure. Job's simple enough, but you'll need to be pretty well armed if you want to make it out alive. Run down there and install this override module. Look for the console near the big generators with electricity sparking on top. The module includes a kill switch that should take out the two biggest security bots, but the smaller ones run on a different server, so you'll have to watch out for those. Keep in mind that the security systems down there was able to wipe out a couple of squad of troopers. Nobody will blame you if you change your mind.
Area secure.
Step forward and identify.
Hold it right there.
No shit. You really did it, huh? Wow. Well, here's what I'm authorized to pay you, plus a little extra. I'm pretty sure you just earned me a raise, too. Brass probably won't let us back down there on account of what happened last time, but it seems like everything is up and running at full power now. Let's hope it stays that way. No shit. You really did it, huh? Wow. Well, here's what I'm authorized to pay you, plus a little extra. I'm pretty sure you just earned me a raise, too. Brass probably won't let us back down there on account of what happened last time, but it seems like everything is up and running at full power now. Let's hope it stays that way.
No kidding. You freaking did it, dude. The whole world can listen to Woozer now. Well, like maybe not the world, but a lot of people. Here's some cash I set aside. It's the least I could do. Enjoy the tunes. I hope the music is a reward for you too.
Drug hurt. Treat. No, not better. Tired. Don't want.
What's up? Cheer up. Railway bosses hit us with layoffs. Made my way out here to Baker to work on that Memorial Highway. I punched the foreman in the face over working conditions. Honestly, I'm fine with being fired. It was bullshit make work anyways. That highway's never getting done. Yeah, that's him. We called him Lemon because he squeezed us dry. Yeah, the Desert House Railway Company, out in the hub. Stock market's bad right now. And they fired a bunch of us, so wouldn't cut into their bottom line. Didn't matter that it was against the union contract. They just did it anyways. The hub exchange is pretty sluggish this year. The NCR dollar keeps getting weaker. It's a one-bear market right now. One bear's bad. Two bears, good. Things are probably gonna get a lot worse, though. The Stockmen's Association's been doing some deranged things on the market last couple months. Mayor bulldozed a bunch of houses recently, including the one I'd already paid money for. Not him, the old one. It's kind of annoying, to be honest. Kids these days, they have no respect for the old stuff. Good for you. Oh God, you want to talk politics? Fine. So, a bunch of settlers move into a land they should know is dangerous. And we have to pay for it? I don't buy it. On the other hand, when the rail lines were working, the contracts given to our union were great. Shame we don't have them anymore. Some prison riot messed things up. All hush-hush. I don't really care about some treaty I'd never heard of until election time. As for the dam, we should be repairing our own ones. Shasta Dam's right there. Just got to refill the reservoirs all. And the river. Don't really care. Fine. Peterson was a disaster. But Kimball talked about breaking up the unions. I sat out. We have way too many Oregonians coming in these days, making it harder to do union work when they work for so much less. And let me be clear, ain't really their fault. I'm not one of those sons of purity or neoclave assholes. Because we're the ones going in there and starting wars and coups and agreements we're gonna break. The ones we know we're going to break when we sign them. You know, we can't be screaming at them to not come to our house
when we're burning down theirs. Rivers, land, gold, money, fame, power, map lines. All the same bullshit it always is.
Can you believe that fucking guy? The Mad Roman? Who does he think he is? Agostino's the sleazebag in the Greek restaurant. Someone should put him on a cross. See how he likes it. All the troopers are boycotting his business until he drops the Roman bullshit. I just came back from risking my life, watching my friends get torn to pieces for 6 months on the front line. Just to see dumbasses who have never seen the Legion turning them into damn cartoons. He's making a mockery of everything we've been fighting for. If you want to help, you should help me whack that owner. Yeah, and if you don't, then I will. He's gotta go. I will if you don't. No way, not enough. He needs to pay. Shit, you're right. I'm not thinking straight. If you can get him to change the restaurant back to Greek, we'll call it a day. This shit isn't a joke.
Welcome, welcome, welcome to my restaurant. This is the Mad Roman, and I am Augustinos. A pleasure to meet you. Gyros and kebabs you won't find finer in all of New California. A single bite will send you to heaven. I sure did. My family has been in the Euro business for 4 generations. This is my foot forward in the business. I opened a Euro stand in Irwinville and saved up just enough money to come here. Yep, Stan might have bankrolled everybody else in a baker, but I'm the one true independent. Of course, the Honorable Freak Stanton publicly eating in here in front of his cameras did not hurt either. I'm in the middle of a rebrand. It's a very expensive thing, completely redoing the signage and uniforms and everything, and I'm having some issues with the suppliers. If you're offering, I need someone to head over to the Crimson Caravan and negotiate with them. It's hard to find time to leave the shop, so if you can run over there and talk to them, I'll make it worth your while. Wonderful. Head over to the Hawaiian King Motel. You're looking for a man named Slidell. He's a good man. He's helped me in the past. I need some red paint and a few of those painting guns. Welcome back. Well, sort of. This Greek food passed down to me over the centuries. It used to be a country or empire, I think. But with the war going on out east, I remembered that the Roman and Greek tend to blend together in most people's eyes. So I figure, what's the harm in renaming the place? After all, I support the war effort against the Legion. Might as well make some money from it. I know that the Romans or something. They want to rebuild the Roman Empire and impose martial law on California. I'm not too sure what that entails, but it can't be good with how crucifix-happy they are. What I will say is that the skirts are very nice. They do have excellently toned legs. Real models of physique and masculinity. If nothing else, the Legion are fashionista visionaries. I can respect that at least. Oh, well, I understand that. What with him being from Phoenix and all, but I meant no offense to him. Heck, I even offered him a discount as a show of good faith, but his hatred for the Legion blinds him to this delicious food here.
Do you know how hard it is to get good paint out here? That's gonna cost you. Actually, you know what? You're lucky. We actually repainted the motel with Arnie a few years back. I'm pretty sure we have some unopened ones still. Might have a couple of reds from those doors. How's 600 caps for the rest of our buckets sound? I'll take $1,000 of NCR money if you'd prefer that. Yeah, you're lucky. If Joseph were in here, I'd have to charge you double for Augustinos. I can't risk a boycott.
Bad taste in my restaurant? Please, of course not. In all seriousness, no, I don't. Some of the soldiers disagree, but I just don't see it that way. And if you do, then I'm sorry, but I hope you'll give the food a chance at least. No way. This town needs something new, and Roma is unique. It's exciting. The people want to dine in a Roman Colosseum, not a dingy shop in the desert. Wonderful, just wonderful. I will have my employees get to work repainting the roof immediately. It's time for a full makeover of this place. It won't even be recognizable the next time you come in. In the meantime, our new uniforms came in, but I'm not exactly sure they have the right authenticity I'm looking for. Do you think you can get me something real? I want the best for my customers. I want to give them the full Roman experience. Excellent! I think we'll need 5 uniforms total. 4 from foot soldiers and 1 officer's uniform. Get me something to really stand out. I will make it worth your while, so don't let me down now.
I'm off the clock. I'm already married. He's a mechanic in the Bear Force. He's stationed at Fort Irwin right now. TDY for a month or so. I hate when he travels. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah. There was this one asshole who came in and started screaming about how we weren't Legion authentic. Yelled a whole bunch of nasty stuff at Augustino's. Threw a wine bottle at me. Got arrested. Probably sent to prison. I don't really care to follow up on him beyond that. Just hope he doesn't come back here. Honestly, I don't really do much outside of work right now. Once the brass stops yanking him around, my husband and I plan to move back to the hub. It's okay, kinda slow compared to back home though. I'm obligated to say the Euros here are better, but I do actually believe that. I don't do polls. See you.
King Caesar himself! Imagine how many salads I can sell now! This is wonderful, just wonderful! People will come from miles to see Augustinos in the flesh, wearing Caesar's garments while serving authentic Roman food! It just doesn't get more real than that! My God, thank you for saving my life. Here, have some food in the house, some cash too. I wonder if this has anything to do with the rebrand. You take it easy.
Well, the first thing we need to know is who we need to shoot. The leader is a man named Bing Bong, but we haven't been able to get any information on what he looks like or what his real name is. I've never shot someone who didn't deserve it, and I'm not about to start now. Bub thinks that we can get some leads at the Black Chip Casino, but our faces are known, so I'd like a third party to head down instead. Yeah, but I've never really cared. People can gamble if they want, as long as people aren't killing each other over this. The Black Chip's underneath the local pawn shop. Flash a badge and you'll get access. I'd try the bartender. He can probably point you in the right direction. Target number 1 is gonna be the Castle Organization. They're a criminal syndicate from the hub that have set up shop in this town to get away from their own troubles. My plan is to gather proof on them, round them up, and show them some Wasteland justice. Probably, We don't really have the resources for prolonged internment, and I don't trust the city or state prosecutors to keep them in jail for long. And don't get so squeamish. It's no different than having you kill jackals or vipers out there in the Mojave. Well, there are a number of larger problems we're not currently equipped to handle. We're a police department, not a homeless shelter, so the high rate of homelessness is going to be a problem for us. And shooting people just because they don't have a bed to sleep in is wrong to me. And of course, there's Town Hall. Whoever or whatever caused that shootout is going to have to face justice sooner or later. Especially since I can't get more funds until the mayor starts talking to us. Try to get the local clinic, the church, and the community center to help us out on that. That's really the best I can do right now. Bub tells me that feds are more than willing to arm our police with assault carbines, but somehow they don't have the money to help us build some houses here.
Go away. Because I don't want you here. Just leave. What's wrong is that a person barges into my house and is trying to talk to me when I clearly don't want to be talked to. God damn it. Fine. My name is Boots, I work for Stanton, and I'm exhausted. That answer your questions? Good. Now go away. He's the boss. That's all. Why do you keep asking me questions? Slap and tickle with a prostitute in the hub. None of them. Will you leave me the hell alone?
Hello, welcome to the Baker Pawn Shop. My story is that I run a business in one of the better parts of Hub State. That's all you really need to know. It's not. That's why the real business is downstairs. Enjoy our fabulous selection of wares to choose from.
Hope you like it strong. Water's for winners. Yeah, but who's counting? As long as we don't make too much of a fuss, keep things smooth, no one's going to come knocking. Work? Well, look, I'll tell you, you won't find honest work in a casino. I'd talk to lunch or nut whenever they're working the corners outside so they know your face, and then come down here when they're off the clock. It might seem strange, but it's just their system. It works for them. Not what I'm willing to talk about. I stay out of the local politics. All I know, that when the bagman comes, we pay up, and everything stays smooth. I've already said too much. Later.
What do you want? None of your business. Nah, not really. Shit, get off my back. Go bother Nut or Lunch outside and let him see your face. Then talk to him again in the casino. They'll get you some work if you bother them, but you gotta show them you want the work. For real. I'm not that guy though, so bother someone else.
Beat it. Got no time for you.
Beat it, asshole. Yo, why are you talking to me? Ah, shit, man. I don't do that shit on shift. Piss off. I don't know. See me or maybe not tomorrow on the corners. Or maybe I got something for you. I go by lunch. I don't want to be your friend. I do security at nights here. Sleeping. Don't kill no one. Don't cheat. Don't start shit. I don't piss no one off. And if you do drugs, don't fucking OD here.
I don't sell when I'm not on the clock. What do you want? Where'd you get this? Cons? Shit, that might be... 400 caps is a lot. Especially if it's the shipment I think it is. Tell you what, I'll give you 300 now, and you can talk to my boss for some work. With an attitude like that, you might as well go talk to the boss. Fine, here's the full 400. Don't expect me to be grateful for this shit. I will get you back. Anyways, the boss is right across the street from the pawn shop. Talk to him if you want work.
Wish I knew more about what's going on in the Mojave.
Oh, I know you! You the new blood, right? It's stupid. All the names are stupid. No one using their real name on the street. That's the only reason why we using this shit. What, in Baker? Because the boss said so. We soldiers. We don't think, we do, and get paid. If you find a way to not be bored in this shithole, you tell me, alright? I used to shoot at the range, but boss says I can't be firing no guns and shit right now. Fuck, I gotta keep my skills up, and he wanted me to let that shit wilt. Pay better than the shit I did in the hub. Easier too. Don't need no college degree to pop motherfuckers and take counts.
Nut says you done some good work for us. You ought to know that he is vouching for you. I'm not going to have you stand on the corners or anything like that. Honestly, I don't know what to do with you. You've that wanderlust going on about you, and there's not much room for growth here anyways. So, I guess you'll do odd jobs and stuff around here. All you need to know is that Frost and Thump are at the top, and I'm here doing business for them. That's their names. We don't use real ones here. Cops or government can always be using a wire. Trying to make money, obviously. Things are tough in the hub right now. The government got rid of the projects we were selling in, and New Reno's pissed at us. Maloof and his gang are tearing shit up, and the HMPD made a special unit for us. Other than that, I live here. I did my time in the corners, and I'm retired from that street shit. Some gang boss who came out of nowhere started fucking up our corners. Never seen him in person, but he's got a small army of zombie gangbangers. No idea what's up with the name, though. Hub Metropolitan Police Department, 5-0. Their sole job is to be as big a pain in the ass to us as possible. Housing projects, Peterson's Special. Bad place for houses, great place to sell. That zombie mayor had them torn down to break up crime, so we've been trying to find a new place. They're always pissed. Don't worry about it. Cool. What, you got more questions? Cool. The history? Only cops and dumbass sociologists from Hub U give a shit about things like that. Frost and Thump smoked a lot of bastards, sold a lot of shit and got rich. Don't overcomplicate things. Cool. They just do, okay? All these names are stupid, and if you find yourself working for us in the hub one day, your name's going to be stupid too. You did a good job on the con shipment. New Reno's been giving us headaches, and we've had to find new suppliers. So, I want you to talk to Nut. He's got the details on an operation that my other boys can't afford to be linked to, okay? He'll make sure you get paid, and I'll have more work for you.
Yo, we're cool if Bing Bong says you're cool. Got involved in some shit. Uncle pissed because I nearly got everyone in hot water, so he punting me back to the ground. It's bullshit, but hey, there's some dumb motherfuckers here who were slacking, and I got it sorted real quick. You gotta learn to stop asking people about personal shit. That how it's done in the Wasteland? Everyone friendly and shit? Yeah, you're bad. The hub is like a casino. Think of it like this. Gambling, all criminal under the NCR books, but everyone do it. Everyone from the common street motherfucker to the biggest Brahmin baron. And everyone got a chance to be rich or have the rug pulled out from under them. But you gotta play if you want to win. Rigged, huh? Who's doing the rigging? Maybe. Hobbies? Yeah. I like, music. You know, I hanged out at them techs and punk scenes. Had a field trip to an orchestra once. That was cool. I don't know. Are you even from the hub? It's gangs all the way up. Well, actually the mayor, even if he is a ghoul, I think he's doing a good job. We're making it hard for him, but he's stepping up. I like that one poster where he got the fire extinguisher and he putting out the hub. It's all on fire and shit. I think it's supposed to make him look incompetent, but it just made him look cool. The Mojave? Ain't no one give a fuck about the Mojave. If we take it, we take it. If we don't, then we don't. I mean, we got issues at home. Fucking traffic and slow-ass construction and cops and shit. I don't even know who we fighting or why we there. It's defending some house or something, right?
Yeah, I got something. The boss has got me looking for some new shit to sell. I've been coming up empty-handed. The community center has been keeping some product on ice for the police department. I want that product. You dig me? Do this for me, and I can probably direct you to some more people who can get you work. Okay?
In mind.
Great. Hand it over. The police seem pretty pissed about this, so as far as I'm concerned, you are with us. Talk to Bing Bong. He's the boss here in Baker. Talk to him because I can already tell you're going to be a heavy hitter. Go to the house right across the street from the pawn shop. What do you want? I'm with me. I don't know you. Man, you sound like one of those preachers in those damn megachurches back west. How about you fuck off and mind your own business?
Good job. This honestly won't be enough to tide us over for a long time, but it should be noted that you stealing the evidence like this will get the cops off our backs. It'll be a while before the cops down here will call in the federals. I gotta work some shit out. In the meantime, you go talk to Lunch. Help him with his customers.
Yeah, I got something for you to do. There's this undead bitch, dope fiend, scaring off customers near where we deal. She never buys because she has no money. Won't hook, won't beg, won't steal, just screams at everyone. She bringing the quality of our real estate down, so she got to go. Yeah, we've beat her down before. Twice. She always comes back 2 weeks later with the same old bullshit. So you need to beat her ass harder than she ever been beat before, because this her third strike. So you mess that bitch up. With any luck, she'll finally fuck off. This isn't a social club. First time I met her, she was talking about how she bought some dope before she became a ghoul. We need to give her what she owed. I ain't falling for that. Oldest damn trick in the book with those undead motherfuckers back in the hub. I mean, if you got to kill her, make sure you do it away from where we deal. Cops don't give a shit about this thing until you start dropping bodies. Like, you have to pop her ass. You do it in the junkyard. Or, and if she's all uncooperative, drag that bitch there. Do not fucking leave a body where we work, okay? Yeah, I got something. Ever since New Reno cut us loose, we've been forced to make do with shittier quality Ultrajet. Got a bad batch not long ago. Well, take this. You might get some use from it. Cool. Take care of her. Don't leave a body there, that's all I ask. When you come back, you get paid.
Hey, gotta talk to you. I know Lunch is having you put the beat down on some annoying woman. I don't think you gotta do that. Like, she have to go, but you do not have to get all messed up. I'm thinking she can just get an ambulance called for her. Listen, it's easy to shrug her off as some crazy hobo. I've been there. She starts screaming about some bullshit when you're in the middle of a deal. Suddenly the cops start sniffing around and you out a day's pay. Look, I don't think she should be on the streets either, but that don't mean you gotta fuck her up. She might be rough, but she's someone's kid. Shit, ain't we all? She ain't always been like this. Streets got hold of her like it does a lot of us. She ain't the enemy, she's one of the victims. You want her gone? Get her an ambulance. She out of your face and getting the help she needs. Nah, not really. I heard some stories. I know we're all gangbangers, but don't it make you think? Just a bit? I'm just asking you, just once, to realize we're dealing with real fucking people. She had a house, a job. She had a life. Second life gets rough. People get thrown in the trash. Shit, if you need to see it in black and white, cops gotta have something on her. They got shit go back years. And we're drug dealers. How the hell we gonna take this bitch's money and make her feel like shit for it? That ain't right. You wouldn't be doing that shit in any other business. Why we gotta do it here? That's all I ask.
Nah, go. Oh yeah, I know all about you guys. You're just hub punks. Come to fuck up another town because y'all are too much of a bitch to hold your own city. Well, screw you. I ain't leaving till I get what I'm owed. Hey, what the hell? Not by a long shot. I've been fucked up worse before. God damn it! Stop it! Fuck! Okay, shit. Fine, I'll go. I'll leave. Back to the Kelso crater. Just stop beating on me!
Hey, what's up? That's good. Bitch needed to go. Got a nice payment for you here. Talk to Bing Bong for some more work.
What do you need? Good job. Here's the next job for you. Thump wants us to start sending him some soldiers. The territory we got in the hub is being hit by pretty much everyone. I'd send you, but you don't really have the paperwork to get across the border, so we need to start recruiting here. Grill pointed out that one of the new lookouts, Snow, is a smart kid. I want to make him a soldier and get him sent over to the hub. Well, just talking to him would be ideal. If you don't got a silver tongue, I'd try something real aggressive. I don't endorse tattletaling, but if you send him to jail, we'll bail him out. But, he gotta go to the hub, understand? These days, it seems like everyone. We beat the hell out of the Neoclaves last year, and they've been looking for revenge. There's a couple of she-based criminal syndicates fucking with our shit. This asshole stick-up crew that robs everyone. Even the Strip is in our business. Omerta's set up a little supply depot in the southwest. But the big one is Ariel Maloof. New Reno's definitely decided to start dealing with him and his little army of ghouls instead of us. Strange man. Never seen him personally, and apparently no one has. Supposedly he's a survivor of the Soviet-American invasion of Turkey. Came to America as a kid. I don't know about that. But he's got real muscle and good dope behind him. He seems like a West Side motherfucker, so if he wins, I don't think I'd mind too much. Orders is orders. If Thump wants muscle, he gets muscle. End of discussion. Thump is the current boss. The big boss is in prison, but he's been making some moves to get out. Until then, Thump's in charge. Thump's a little, trigger-happy for my liking. Frost knew how to negotiate. Doesn't really matter, though. He's the boss, so if he wants soldiers, he gets soldiers. Good. Come back here when you're done.
Operator, how may I connect your call? Operator, how may I connect your call? One moment.
Baker Sheriff's Office, what's the nature of your emergency? What's the crime? I see. We'll send some police over and send them to the Fort Weston holding cells. You did well reporting this.
Hey, can you help me? I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. The police just picked me up and dropped me off here. Bullshit, there's no strings attached. Fine, I'll take it. I don't even give a shit anymore. Ain't no college gonna accept me with an arrest on my record.
That's what I heard. We're sending him off to the hub. I got a final job for you. If we don't get another re-up soon, we're done. The checkpoints and toll booths are screwing up, and New Reno isn't greasing palms for us anymore. We need a new backer. I want you to talk to Boots. He represents Frick Stanton. Frick Stanton? You don't know Frick Stanton? Everyone knows Frick Stanton. He's a big-shot Brahmin baron, made his name in the hub and helped build up Baker. He takes a cut of pretty much every business in town. Now, that includes the casino here, and if Stanton's willing to take gambling money, then he's probably willing to take drug money. So, we need his connections. I want you to offer the bagman a deal, money for friendship, legal protections, and some help with customs. Now, get on that.
Why do you keep talking to me? Yeah, I know who you're with. Those bastards harassed me over my briefcase. One of them even tried to rob me before someone else stepped in. Look, I'll have to talk it over with my boss, so give me a day or two. Okay, you're back. Here's the deal being offered. The boss will provide legal protection and smooth things over with the checkpoints. In exchange, you'll provide a 20% kickback of all profits made over the course of a month. Every month. Plus an additional $10,000 in cash up front. He's not interested in negotiating this, so take this back to your friends. Send someone else to finalize the deal.
So, do you have the deal ready? Hell yes! You've done saved this here enterprise. Going to front you a bonus for the work you've done. Anyways, I got no more work for you for the time being.
We don't do tabs. You want credit? Go to Huffman's Hole. Oh shit. What for? Information? Shit. Just look toward lunch or not, okay?
Got business here? My name is Stubbs, and I'm the agricultural manager for Hacienda Stanton. Not really taking on any new farmers right now. You could talk to my boss. He might have work for you. Frick Stanton. I've been working with him for, going on 20 years now. Stanton's not for everyone. He demands perfection, and he's pretty abrasive to talk to. I've never had a problem with him, though. He lets me set my own quotas, and I've met and surpassed them every quarter. Worked for a different baron back in the hub, name of Jemima Hartley. I was an agricultural manager then, too. Got laid off in the '60 recession for not meeting her quotas in a bad harvest year. Signed on with him back when he first started buying land in Baker. Been with him ever since. Most of them are farmers from Maxon. A lot of their farms got burned in the war with the Brotherhood, and they work for dirt cheap. No more so than any of the other barons. Most of them get around the labor laws by hiring immigrants from Oregon under the table. We at least hire Californians down on their luck. We don't even need to do this. Stanton only operates these local farms because it helps offset the operating cost of his villa.
Last time someone tried to break in, Stanton had us make an example out of them. Ugly business.
No funny business around Mr. Stanton.
You hear about the black chip? I heard it's invite only.
Spent a day off with the Hawaiian King once. Not bad, but the drinks don't compare to Lindsay's.
I don't believe we've met. I should need no introduction, but I'll give it to you anyways. I'm Bruno Frederick Stanton, but I've yet to meet someone who called me anything other than Frick. You can call me that too, assuming that we're talking business here. Yes. And what did you want? Bullshit's always happening, and I don't do handouts, especially not greasing the wheel for somebody screwed over by the DRC. Whatever it is, take it up with the sheriff's office, or that Colonel Royaz would be a better bet, okay? See yourself out. Yeah? Yeah, you do look pretty capable. Tell you what, I want you to meet the Colonel over at the fort. I'm holding things close to my chest right now, but I can tell you that shit's about to go down, and there is an opportunity for a lot of money to be made. Talk to Royaz, and then come back to me when he starts having you run things for him. And here, show a good faith, 100 NCR bucks, gratis.
¿Qué carajo estás mirando? Solo para el de arriba, y tú no eres él. Especialmente no hablo inglés con los amigos del jefe. Le disparo a la gente que no me agrada si Stanton la prueba, y nadie me agrada. Baja, eso significa más bajo, como en la California de más abajo. No sé quién decidió que debería ser parte de California. ¡Mierda! Yo no lo hice.
Ay, ¿por qué diablos estoy explicando esto? ¡A ti no te importa!
Es el cielo a comparación de aquí.
¿Qué? ¿Eres un puto federal? ¡Vete al carajo!
Este cabrón me compró en la subasta del Círculo Dorado. ¿Era esto o la Legión? Esa fue la última decisión que hice. Hay días que desearía haber elegido la Legión. Entonces no tendría que lidiar con este imbécil todo el día. O contigo. Tu voz me molesta. Obviamente no puedes hablar mi idioma bien. Como sea, el mandato de la Costa del Sol es el nuevo poder de México, de Sonora a Sinaloa. La NSR los expulsó de Baja California porque eran esclavistas. Por eso es una mierda que esté en esta situación. Quítate la verga. Eso sería un buen chiste.
Did we have additional business? Of course it is. I've never been one for modesty. It'd be delusional and dishonest. The fact is that I am the most important person you or anyone else will ever meet. And I want everyone who sees this place to know it. Saves a lot of time if they can already tell. Ah, yes, the important stuff. Well, I own a lot of land, and I mean a lot. And you know, it's crazy. When I was a kid, the other ranchers back in Redding said I wasn't cut out for the hard labor. But I was smart, see? I made my money in the hub, turned $1,000 into $1 million real quick like. And you know why? It's because I'm smart. And they agree with me these days. I get more respect from them than the other barons in my new home state. Well, it's all about making money by moving money. You take other people's money, then you invest somewhere to make money. I did that a lot. All those investments paid off, and here I am. Yep, newspapers and stuff. I own several in the hub. Gotta make sure my voice is being heard to the powers that be. No. I wrangle politicians. I twist arms to make them do their jobs. All them folks in Shady are just snakes crawling all over each other. It's a wonder anything gets done these days. For all intents and purposes, Baker is my town. All those little shops down there, I started them. I want people to spend money there. The better it is for me, the better it is for everyone. That's just a fact. Those fuckers back at the hub have it in for me, and they can go after me, and then they'll just go after everyone else. A lot of people are seeing what those elites are doing to me and for what it really is. A naked power grab for my properties. Everyone's talking Vegas, but no one's really talking about the road to Vegas. No one's thought about it. No one, except me. I worked hard to make sure that this part of the Long 15 was nice and usable. Without me, the NCR could have never made it to Vegas or Hoover Dam. Those resources will do a lot of good things for me and a lot of other folks. I'm sure we'll get back to the important stuff soon. Politics is just another word for doing business. So if you're interested in it, you're not as dumb as people might think you are. I'm in a good mood. You go first. President Kimball is a good president. Definitely much better than Peterson. I mean, Peterson, I'm not even sure if his eyes could see the graphs anymore. Plus, he was a damn pansy. Kimball had vision. The conquest of the Mojave. The annexation of Vegas and the dam. Peterson would have never done any of that. And I mean, I voted for the guy. But I was promised bold new changes. I thought he was gonna get rid of bureaucracy entirely, but they're still around and they're somehow worse. Just unbelievable. The fact is that he's a politician. A good politician, good deal maker, but I'm getting real tired of him. Of course I do. It's fueling the growth of my businesses here. That water, that electricity, it'll do a lot of good for the folks back west. And I mean a lot. When we take the Mojave, we can finally put those funds back home against the Brotherhood. And once the Brotherhood's mopped up, well, we'll be able to put that money back in the hands of the people. One of my Congress friends in Dayglow is calling it a peace dividend. But the war's gotta end first. Otherwise, nothing's gonna change. The hub? It's a shithole, like it's almost the Wasteland or the Legion. The crime is high, you got zombies shooting each other in the streets, there's rats everywhere, just a filthy, filthy city. Ugh. Yeah, the suburbs are better, but everyone there's just an asshole, like it's some God-given right. Even the Brahmin barons there are just scum. I know some people don't like the barons in Redding. I get that. But the barons in the hub just don't even build things anymore. Well, he's killing us. Just killing us. Better negotiator than those spineless losers in Shady. He's using us, draining our money for God knows what. He'd fit right in with those hub elites. And I mean, I can't even get in a meeting with that. I've spoken to one of those Securitrons near Good Springs, guy with a cowboy face. Did we have additional business? Well, before I can help you guys, you're gonna need to help me. Well, the local sheriff was a friend of mine. He was protecting me from those hub elites investigating so-called corruption charges. Get him on board, then we'll talk. Once you deal with the sheriff, come back to me. I'm sure I'll have the information you need.
¿Qué carajo estás mirando? Entonces no me hables. No soy tu amigo ni quiero serlo. ¡Fuera!
Big Paul. Up north. Norther. You're with my crew to watch the place. Don't do anything stupid. Yup. Would bring more if Stanton would pay me for them. Not really. Not unless you see trouble. If you do, come to me first. No sudden movements.
Welcome back. What can I do for you today? Fine. Morton's the immediate threat, not him. I can see that clearly. But you tell Stanton that we will have an accountant. Me and him. Now, go on. I strongly suspect that Mr. Morton Stone, the current mayor of Baker, murdered the previous mayor. That's my gut feeling on this. Now, here's the kicker. When Bub and I investigated whether or not anyone upstairs knew anything about this, guess what? There was nothing on what this man was doing for the past 2 decades. That screams cover-up to me. I have connections of my own as well, or had connections. And he assured me that Mr. Stone had nothing to do with him. And knowing him, Mr. Stone definitely had something to do with him. The only record that Bub and I were able to pull was a combat service record from the Bullhead campaign. Discharged early without dishonor, but no medical records to support that. Bub took the record he got to the local DSPV man, and he told us that it screamed court-martial to him. Well, I only saw him once, but everything about him, the way he walked, the way he stared, the way he held his gun, all of it, it told me that he would have been willing and able to kill whole families without breaking a sweat. So maybe that's what he did. Stanton, Bruno Frederick, he used to blackmail me back when I was an alcoholic. I tried to leverage my relationship with the man to get some of his mercs to help me take on the town hall. But what I got was Stanton telling me to keep the mercenaries inside the town hall for the time being. I suspect that he's doing the tried and tested method of waiting the situation out. Go for it. Nope. It's time for me to step up. A man's gotta do what a man's gotta do. Even if what he's gotta do is paperwork.
You have been sent by Royaz, I understand. For what purpose? Ah, rest assured. The city of Baker has everything under control. Absolutely. Sure. Anything for my constituents. A while. Paperwork is very taxing, and I have lost track of time. Oh, this and that. Independent. As the single largest employer of this area, he is constantly on my mind. Good. Lauren, see the Colonel's guest out.
Well, I figured he would. That's how Stanton is. Pretty brazen, though, even for him. He's definitely involved in this somehow. And what of Mayor Stone? Evicted? As in barred from the town hall? He's definitely spooked then. Still, it doesn't look like he's in a hurry for whatever he's planning. We may need to get the Baker police involved to gather more support and squeeze both Stone and Stanton. In the meantime, I want you to investigate the rumors of raiders hitting caravans along the road. They're holed up around here somewhere, probably away from town and further from Stanton. My guess would be somewhere in Hollow Hills. I would highly recommend against that. You're standing in California. We don't shoot people without justification or a proper trial. I look for somewhere with multiple exits. Wherever these raiders are coming from, they're slippery. Always able to get away before troopers can make it to the caravans. I imagine they'd have some kind of exit plan in place. Maybe try the caves.
Hold up there, stranger. State your business or get shot. If you did, we'd probably have to shoot you. Before we continue, I'm gonna need your word that you won't tell anyone about this place. Do I have your word? All right then, I'll trust your good intentions. Name's Jeremiah. It's nice to meet you. You can walk around, but don't start shit. I'm going to level with you. We're hiding out in these caves because Stanton kicked us off our lands and we raided some caravans. All right, let's talk. I mean, that would work for us. We do want Stanton to feel some pain, make him lose everything, but I'd have to talk it over with Jenna. Ideally, we'd want to join, but I can't imagine the Colonel would be up for letting us help with something like that. You'd have to lie to him and tell him that you took care of the raiders. Right now, we're hoping to have enough supplies to wait things out. Things are gonna blow up soon, and we can hope that Stanton and that new mayor kill each other. Caps, huh? If Stanton had made that deal instead of sending Mercs at us, we might have taken it. If the deal is good enough, then we'll take it. But I'll have to talk it over with the family first. The hell we will. The criminals are Stanton and his goddamn Mercs. They're the ones raiding us. Why aren't you making them turn themselves in? I mean, you're asking us to go to prison and then return to no homes. No person would ever make that decision. Well, that's true. Even prison would be an improvement to our current situation. Tell you what, get us an assurance from the Colonel that we'll be well treated and we'll surrender. Ask them. Born and raised in the hub state, I was a sickly child, asthma. So my mom moved me and my sister to the frontier for outdoor living to toughen me up. My pa stayed behind in the hub, but eventually moved to the boneyard to chase union jobs. I adopted the ranching lifestyle in full, and the doctor said my lungs fixed themselves. After that, I figured it was my calling, so I kept ranching. She took work as a caravaner on the short loop, so I won't see her for the next year or so, assuming, of course, I survive this. Oh, I forgot to tell you about my son. Well, he's my pride and joy. He's got the spirit at the very least. He'll turn out great. We went from having a functional bed with a mattress to having to sleep on the floor of a damp cave. We lost everything. Nakayama had a shit ton of guns, so we armed up. We were gonna hit some of Stanton's boys, but we screwed up and hit a Fargo caravan. This isn't a hub metro. We'll be hanged for that, even if it was a mistake. The NCR isn't going to offer us clemency, so we're going down fighting. Well, I say that, but there weren't troopers guarding the cargo before. They are now, so we've been staying low. Ask them. There was a man, called himself Mac. He and a bunch of those goons walked up to our ranch. They told us to leave peacefully or by force. We chose force. I sent Seth over to Beals for safety, and we shot at the intruders. Killed a couple of them, but strange thing is, they didn't shoot back. They just threw some gas bombs in the home and set it on fire. We bolted to Beals' place, but they hit that too. We regrouped with Nakayama in his cave. He's used it as storage for his guns before. He's Stanton's top gun. He's followed around by some guy named Morton. Don't know much about the other fella, but Mac was pretty ruthless. In a just world, he would be drawn and quartered. We don't live in one of those, though. He's a respected businessman, political figure. Even if it means my execution, I would kill Stanton the moment I saw him. Honestly, I don't know what the hell to think. I pay taxes to the government so this shit doesn't happen, and now it's happened. But on the other hand, I don't think the government knows about this, so maybe they're not to blame. If the government knew about it, would they help us? Have they helped us before we hit the caravan? Will they help now that we have? It's a lot to think about. The only thing I know is that I hate Stanton. Because we don't need to. We go to the ground outside the door with turpentine. They hate that crap. So, we can either use our limited ammo fighting them or save it for fighting Stanton whenever he comes knocking again. The choice is pretty easy. Remember, keep it on the down low.
Hope you're here to help.
To be frank, I'm not happy with you being here at all. Still, if Jeremiah says you're okay, then we're okay. My name is Bill. The caravan is the backbone of the NCR military juggernaut and ruling class. They are the means by which the NCR takes control of trade routes and exerts imperial influence across the world. The government then uses that control to pressure everyone into joining them or simply take what they want. The power imbalance that the NCR maintains over the rest of the world necessitates revolutionary guerrilla warfare against the status quo. The NCR is the latest iteration of the owning class's attempt to subjugate the lower classes. The only way that the lower classes can win is through direct action and re-education. The last attempt failed with Cook, but the dream never dies. Not many. The ranchers you see have grievances with the NCR, but they aren't so dedicated to the cause as they are angry. Samuel Cook. He was a revolutionary out in Dayglow on the Long 15. Blew up caravans. He had the right idea before he got imprisoned in the correctional facility out east. I heard they broke out recently. Looks like the dream is alive and well after all. Yeah, I don't know. Probably hiding out in the hills of the Mojave. Never been there, though. When mankind keeps settling for the lesser of two evils, an evil always wins, so I fight only one of them. The fact of the matter is, I live in the NCR, and I need to focus on NCR problems and ways I can fix them. It wasn't a legionary who stole my ranch and shot my dog. NCR wants me to fight for the rights of the Mojave, or whatever nonsense they're pushing, and they won't even defend me at home. Apathy is the greatest ideology killer of them all. I'm glad it does. Okay. Because the NCR is supposedly a democracy, but instead it's actually a social club for Brahmin barons and caravan houses to drain us, drive our livelihood and dignity. And I know, it happened to me. I grew up in One Pine, worked myself up to a full ownership of a nice little ranch. And then Brahmin barons came in and stole my property. They threatened me and shot at my house. When I went to the government for assistance, they told me I was on my own. I couldn't afford an attorney, and the local senator had already announced his support of the barons. That's okay, I said. I'll make a new one. Moved to this place, made a new ranch with Nakayama. When Stanton came in, he promised he wasn't interested in my lands. Years went by, and I almost started to believe him. A month ago, he changed his mind. His thugs burned my house down, threatened to kill me if I didn't leave, and shot my dog. So fuck the NCR. He's a Brahmin baron. Well, not a real one. He went into finance before he started building ranches in the hub. His dad was a Brahmin baron, though, a real one. I guess it doesn't matter much. They're all part of the same ruling class. He must be struggling since he was fine with leaving us alone until his legal troubles began. The rulers will always prioritize wealth over agreements. Goodbye, comrade.
Hey there. Jenna McDougal. I'm Jeremiah's sister. Nice to meet you. Not much to tell, really. I've been a rancher since I was a kid. Ma's over there. Pa's in the boneyard. I'm a pretty good shot. Better than my brother. So I guarded the ranch from rat scorpions and geckos. That's about it. Well, Stanton and his boys took all of the food that we had in the house. And we have guns. Guns are great, but you can't eat bullets. So we started attacking caravans we thought were with Stanton. Turns out they weren't, but you can't unshoot a caravan. And I mean, fuck, we have nothing. So might as well make the best of it. Well, he stole our goddamn home, for starters. Sent his thugs to take our land. Honestly, if his little casa wasn't so heavily guarded, I would just kill him and surrender. He and his gunmen are the one we have beef with. Other than that, I know he has legal troubles. A lot of them. Can't tell you much else about him. Of course, I know his name. He probably doesn't know mine. It's fucked. I mean, there's no other way to describe it, right? Can't go home, can't raid, can't surrender, can't stop, can't go on. We have the supplies for now, but they'll run out soon. And when they do, we'll have to go raiding again. I don't know what'll happen then. By yourself.
Hey there, son. My name is Cheryl, but the people here call me Grandma McDougal. I'll only give you one guess why that might be. I haven't been able to do farm work for the last 8 months. Don't have the knees for it anymore. There's no way I'd be able to go on caravan raids. I spend all day in this chair. Whenever Jeremiah's here, he tries to make me as comfortable as he can. It's a little hard, though. He took this chair in a raid. It isn't mine. Oh, this old dog has some tricks up her sleeve. Don't you worry. They came at night. They gave us a warning because they threw gas bombs in the house 5 minutes later. The only reason I'm alive is because Jeremiah picked me up and ran while Jenna laid down covering fire. They didn't really shoot back at us, though. They shot around us and over us. After the attack, there was no talking to anyone here. We were all so angry. So we hit back. I'm not happy, but I can't blame him either.
So, Dad let you in. Nice to meet you. My name's Seth. Yeah, Mom taught me how to shoot, and Dad taught me how to hide. I wanted revenge just as much as they did. So I went out with them. I wonder if this is what the raiders are like. Just trying to get by. And if so, I guess the NCR only demonizes them in the textbooks because they don't like it when they stick it to the man. Dunno. I volunteered for it a couple times. Dad don't want me to come because it's dangerous. But I want to be with them if they go. Couldn't say no to that. I'm sorry. Didn't actually answer the question. I just don't know. All I know is that I'll do what it takes to keep Dad alive. Kind of. I went to school in Baker because Mom wanted me to get a proper education so I could get into one of those community colleges back west. I'm only in school for half a day, though. Dad and Aunt Jenna give me lectures while we're working. I do homework afterwards. I'm a pretty good student before you ask. Mostly B's and some A's. I don't know much about them. I read about them in textbooks. I have to know when they were founded, who's in charge, what their government's like, what their government's supposed to be. I read about the NCR defeating the raiders, but I didn't read about anything like this. Wonder if we're gonna be in the history books. Well, you've met Dad. He's great. My mom's a caravaneer, which means she walks around a lot. Kinda like you, I guess. She's away for most of the year, but she always spends a lot of time with me whenever she's here. I asked Dad if they're divorced, but he says no. The only ones I talk to are Beale and Nakayama. Beale and Nakayama are really weird because they like to discuss politics. They told me they don't agree on anything, but that they're best friends anyways.
Hey there, name's Tommy Nakayama. It's nice to meet you. I'm the guns and ammo man. I've been collecting guns and the ammo for nearly 2 decades at this point. Got myself quite an arsenal. Yeah, I was a quartermaster in the army for 2 years. Didn't like it much. Wasn't really a fan of kicking the locals off their land, so I didn't re-enlist. Didn't get any of the benefits, but whatever. The government wasn't gonna give them to me anyways. But I did like the guns, so I took a bunch of the broken weapons with me. I wasn't gonna throw them away. I hate the government. NCR's gun laws are driving me fucking crazy. They want to let agro-baron mercenaries take everyone's land and let NCR troops run roughshod over Baja, but I can't own an assault carbine? It's bullshit. If the NCR isn't gonna respect any of my rights, I have no reason to respect any of theirs. Oh, that commie shit? No. Beale's my friend and I get why he's angry like that, but I just can't understand why he would think the solution to an overzealous government stealing his land is to make an even bigger government. He's angry that his property is stolen, so he wants to abolish all private property so that it can't be stolen? How the hell would that solve anything? Being a citizen of the NCR requires consent from the person living there. The government isn't legitimate if there's no consent. If you don't agree with the government, then don't pay taxes, don't register, don't follow the laws, don't pay debts. Make your own IDs. Once the government is destroyed, then the people's right to private property can truly be protected. Yeah, I lived with Beale. Met him at a gun show in Santa Clara. We both liked guns, he was trying to make a new ranch. I offered to be a guard, and the rest is history. If you're asking who signed the order, it was Stanton. I'm sure of that. The actual guy who kicked us off is Morton. Don't know much about him, honestly. I mean, all the elites are the same, right? Yeah, I know Morton. Met him at a Gunrunners Expo once. Goddamn psychopath. If he wasn't there leading the charge against us, I would have shot back and messed those mercs up with something special. But you have to pick your battles. You should never want a fair fight. Keep sticking it to the man, brother.
What type of negotiations? A bribe, I assume. California typically doesn't negotiate with terrorists, especially when I don't even know what raiders we're dealing with. So the rumors are true then? That's low, even for Stanton. I understand why they did what they did then. But when they started hitting caravans, they became criminals. Still, if they were willing to talk, did you come to any terms? That would be acceptable, but it isn't ideal for anyone. No one gets punished, not them or Stanton. We'd need their testimonies to move against him. I'm not in the habit of bribing my problems away, but if you happen to have a 5-figure amount of caps lying around, you're welcome to try. A pardon? No. I could waive the damages, but they'd be under military incarceration for the foreseeable future. That's good. I'm sympathetic to them, but they do need to show good faith. I'll sweeten the pot by waiving the damages raiders would normally have to pay when raiding caravans. I see. This area used to be a jackal stronghold, so that would make sense. I'm surprised that there are any holdouts at all, given that the vast majority of them have been pushed east to California. I'm gonna need a name for negotiations. I see. Alright. I'm authorized to allow you, as the negotiator, to negotiate their surrender or their withdrawal. Or, if things go south, execution. I obviously want to avoid that outcome, but it is up to you how you want to play this. Return to me when you come to a decision.
We couldn't leave for anything else than 8,000 caps, but if you can provide that, then we've all agreed to leave. Our business is concluded then. I'll ask you to see yourself out and let us gather our things.
Ah, that's good. And what information do you have for me? That's good. That's more or less what I was gonna have you do. But I would have much appreciated you coming to me with this a bit earlier, because those raiders, you know, they sometimes make up lies and stuff. Possibly about how I kicked them off their land and tried to kill them, and that's all nonsense. But given that you and I are speaking right now, it's clear to see that you didn't fall for that nonsense. Anyways, go back to Royez and see what else he has planned.
Hello again. Very well. A bribe, not ideal, but better we lose money than blood. I hope they find somewhere better to settle down. Still, it's probably the best they could have gotten with the current situation being what it is. I'm not real happy with this situation, as I'd prefer they were brought to justice. But at least they're off our supply routes now. You've done good work for us so far, and based on your handling of the last situation, this should be up your alley. The Baker Sheriff's Office is currently disorganized. I've been largely unable to reach Sheriff Nolan Crow, and have always been transferred to his deputy. I want you to investigate the situation, and then return here once things are resolved. Well, I suppose if he's gotten himself cleaned up, we can give him a second chance. The file on him back in the Federal Records Bureau was actually rather impressive. Perhaps he can live up to it again. Head back to him. Let him know that we're going to need his help soon.
Yeah, well, that's no good. See, the sheriff, he's a friend of mine, a good friend. And he's got some problems, and the fact of the matter is that these problems, while they do create problems for other people, they're not problems to me. Do you understand? No, you probably don't. What I'm saying is, don't go fucking with the sheriff's office. All right, here's a quick question. Have you ever had dealings with the Van Graffs? Oh, okay, good, because you'll be meeting some of them later today. They're delivering a high-quality weapon shipment to me, and I need you to pick it up. Keep things amicable and come back to me. Calling in a favor. I owned a condominium on Lake Tahoe and had to grease some Van Graff palms. Well, at least that trip, I got to hook up with Mrs. Tiarette. Can definitely see why plenty of people want to bang her enough, though she's a damn black widow. Kills all her baby daddies. Actually, you don't mention any of this to anyone. Otherwise, I'll sue the shit out of you. All right, good. Complete our deal and come back to me with the shipment as soon as you can.
So, you're Stanton's contact, Zenobia Van Graff of the Van Graffs. Visit my sister at the Silver Rush sometime. You might find good business opportunities working with us. High quality, yeah? You can see why Stanton's buying all this, 'cause he is a man who respects quality. I've certainly built and sold quite a few in my time, but this one is special. Handmade by the original Smitty himself, over a century ago. I really don't even know where TRED got it. Gauss, whatever model you find, only works so well. Unless you have one of those miniguns they're rumored to have out in the Far East. Not much of one. Got a younger brother. Didn't know my dad, but got into the family business when I won TRED's little contest some years back. Started with nothing but a dinky Watts 1000. Now, I've got a proper P94 plasma caster, a chokehold on energy weapons, and energy weapon accessories from here to Sacktown. And, if you'll excuse the wordplay, a little light show in the works that'll knock everyone's boots off. Ugh, you sound like my brother. But yeah, got the forms right here. Just go ahead and sign. Good, good. Well, it was a pleasure doing business with you. Tell Stanton that if any Republic soldiers ask, it's not Van Graff brand.
Good to hear, and not a moment too soon. Big things are happening. Transfer papers for Major Raymond Gaines have been ordered. That is fucking bad news for everyone. High-ranking soldier boy at Fort Irwin, just outside of Hub City. In the grand scheme of things, he's a nobody. But in the even grander scheme of things, that's my scheme of things, he's a problem. Major Gaines is my enemy's ace in the hole. He takes bribes from those bastards in the hub. A powerful stick for them to wield against me. But that stick's pretty heavy, and you need to go through a lot of bullshit to swing it. They couldn't swing their stick at me because of Royez. When Royez got pulled from the Sierra by forces outside their control, it interrupted that swing. Are you following here? The fact that Morton's willing to call him at all means he's going to get rid of the Colonel somehow, some way. Get your ass to Fort Weston and protect the man. Otherwise, we're all fucked. Go!
Ready to go? Good. Come on. Four Mercs, clearly a distraction. This was not a real attack. Get to the Colonel's office right now.
Stay safe out there.
Oh, good. You're here. An attempt on my life. Mercenaries set up a diversion outside the southern gate, while assassins slipped into my office. They probably planned to escape while my troops swarmed the attackers. These assassins were able to get their hands on trooper armor, which means they were well connected. Morton is involved. Look, they didn't even burn their note from him. Amateurs. They must have been confident their plan would work. I'm fine. They didn't expect my security system, clearly. The turret saved my life. They neutralized the assassins before they could finish drawing their weapons. This is T-45D power armor, specially made for me during the Sierra campaign. I didn't expect to be wearing it again so soon. Morton made a huge mistake. We're heading to the town hall. We finally have the evidence we need to move against the mayor. Normally I'd be hesitant, but given the circumstances, We should probably take all the help we can get. The Baker Sheriff's Office is still a mess, so they won't be much help, but you can definitely ask around. Maybe try the clinic in town for supplies. Seeing as Frick Stanton already sent someone to help protect me, we'll also be paying him a visit to see who he can spare.
Did you need medical assistance? Since you've cleared up some of the beds and helped us, we can spare some supplies. We'll place them by the saloon. I can't risk one of our doctors trying to get inside the town hall.
Hello again. You did right by me. About time I pay it back. Just point me at what needs shooting.
Jesus, you know what? Stanton's been good to us. We'll do this solid for him. He'll have our back. I'm ready to roll.
Are you ready? We need to get the troops together. I'm glad you're ready. I knew I made the right choice hiring you. Let's get going.
Get some!
Yeah, you like that?
Get back! This is your last chance. You can't kill us all. No way! I won't go down like a coward. Fuck. I don't know what I was thinking hiding back here with this thing. Alright, I'll surrender peacefully.
You did the right thing, sparing him. Seems like he was just a kid. We'll take him into custody and give him a fair trial. We've secured the town hall and Morton is nowhere to be found. Coward left his own troops here to die. The west gate is secure, and that's the only way out of here. He's got to be holed up in the compound at the top of the hill. We're gonna need to attack it head on. Let's go. There's no time to waste.
Turn you into red mist!
That's it then. Morton Stone is dead. His mercs are either in the dirt or running for the hills. My troops will round up the stragglers. If they're smart, they'll drop their guns. If not, well, we'll handle it. You handled yourself well. Consider this your official debriefing. Go get some rest. Nothing but work on your mind, huh? There is more work to be done, but it's something I'd rather handle with my troopers. I'm appreciative of the help Stanton has provided us, but I know he's your main employer, so I'm not sure if this next job would be a good fit. Baker is a mess right now, and its people are scared. I can't imagine they expected a fight like this to go down in the middle of town. We will need to earn the trust of Baker's citizens again, and prove that the NCR can protect them. It won't be easy, but no worthy cause ever is. Thanks again for your help. Might not have gone down the same way if you hadn't been here.
We sure did, human. It felt good to help, and to be part of the Republic again. Goodbye, friend.
So the Colonel is alive, and the town hall is secured. 2 crises averted in such a short time. Baker's mine again, for good this time. The streets will be safe and businesses will be booming again in no time, thanks to us. And you earned yourself a friend in high places. You might be my most reliable employee, and I have a lot of them. As I'll be moving to the town hall, I have a gift for you. This room we're standing in is now yours if you'd like it. You may do whatever you like with it. Anyways, there's still so much to do, but there'll be more time for that later. Now it's time I take my rightful place as mayor of this great town.
You headed out into the wilds? If so, you need supplies from a wasteland survival expert like myself. Sure am. I've survived the dangerous wilds of the Boneyard. I can tell you aren't familiar with the area, but you should know by the name it's an unforgiving place. Hey, I'm just trying to make a living here. Maybe I exaggerated a little bit, but I've seen some stuff out there. Not for free, you can't. 20 caps, and I'll help you stay alive out there. You can't outrun a cazador. Your best bet is to lie on the ground. They will have trouble finding you while you're low. Hey, I'm just trying to make a living here. How about this? I'll give you a discount on my items in the shop, okay? Let's keep this between ourselves. Happy to help a fellow survivor.
Our new colonel runs a tight ship.
wish I knew more about what's going on in the Mojave.
Welcome to the Baker Library. It's quiet, it's cozy, and it's mine. Feel free to browse, just don't bring in any sand. I sure do. Pre-war, post-war, anything with pages and a spine. Most folks come in for coffee, but I like to think a good book still has its place in the world. I've got some old world classics if you want a taste of the past, and some post-war writing too. Slow, but I've got a couple regulars that keep me afloat. Most people are in too much of a rush to sit down and read a book. Always running from one problem to the next until they realize life has passed them by and they never stopped to catch their breath. A good book can teach patience. Seems like that's in short supply these days. Anyways, what were you asking me again? Oh, yeah. Business is slow. Most of these books were either scavenged from old homes or traded with travelers. Not exactly the hub library, but it beats anything east of here, that's for sure. If you find any new books out there, post-war books, not the old stuff, bring them here. I've got plenty of books about the way things used to be. What I need are books about the way things are. I'll pay you fairly. Great. How many do you have? All right. Coffee? Yeah, I've got some. Not exactly fresh ground, but it'll do the job. Most of it is pre-war, vacuum sealed tight. Smells awful when you open the tin. But once you brew it, it tastes, well, tolerable. Sure, I'd be happy to. If you only see the worst in people, that's all they'll ever be. That's from a great author in the Boneyard. History is just a long, bloody list of people who thought they were in charge. I read that one from a newspaper article in the Hub Sun. The Wasteland teaches, but the lessons are cruel. Come back soon.
Seems like it's important.
Welcome back to the Baker Library. How can I help you? Sure. Come back soon.
Welcome to the world's largest thermometer shop. It's a 30 cap fee to enter the store, and viewing the thermometer is also 50 caps. I saw you out there staring. I'll give you a deal. 100 caps, and you can view it again on the way out. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. I'm sure you came here to buy something, so let's get down to real business. You are in Baker, New California, the home of the world's largest thermometer. Biggest one I've seen anyways. Let's move on from the small talk and get back to business, shall we? This thermometer was built hundreds of years ago, almost 100 years before the Great War. It has withstood the test of time, and once it even snapped in half during a storm and had to be rebuilt. Concrete was poured around the base of the thermometer, creating the plaza that still exists to this day. The thermometer is a whopping 134 feet tall to mark the hottest temperature it had recorded at the time. That will be 25 caps, please. Thanks very much. Now, would you like to buy a collectible thermometer? Quite a long time now. Made a lot of money, too. Come back soon!
Operator, how may I connect your call? One moment.
Fort Weston, how can I help? This is an official phone line. Goodbye.
Operator, how may I connect your call? One moment.
Hello, this is Hub University Medical Campus. How may we help you? Yes, but you wouldn't do it through here. You'd have to go through the Butch Harris Hub University Foundation. Sorry. I'm afraid not. Okay.
DRC East, how can I help? The Department of Roads and Commerce is the governmental body that deals with all comings and goings. Roads, trade caravans, it's all our business, from Shady Sands to the Mojave. Whoever goes through the gates, we record and ensure all the correct paperwork has been filed. Without regulations, everything would run amok. If everyone has the paperwork and is documented correctly, the less chances there are of smugglers. If we let people venture freely into NCR territory, contraband would flow through the streets. Legionary spies could come and go as they please. People hate the pencil pushers of the NCR, but some would say we're the first line of defense. I'm sorry, that's not something that could be done over the phone. I would recommend inquiring at one of the DRC branches. Please be aware, there is a heavy backlog for applications at this time. Are you having issues with your chicken? Explain yourself and I'll try to help. I don't understand. The DRX 1708X is only required for state transitional commercial hauling, not... Oh, this is another prank, isn't it?
One moment.
Hello, this is the esteemed office of Bruno Frederick Stanton speaking. How can I help you?
Where's the secretary? She's supposed to be the one answering this.
Oh, the contractor. Why the hell are you talking over the phone? If you want work, you gotta come in person. But I'll be honest, I've been doing such a great job as mayor that I don't even think I'll need it. So, bye.
One moment.
Yes, this is Hub City Hall. What can we do for you? Please refer to the Hub Public Library Political Resources section, available on Mondays through Thursdays, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. City Hall is explicitly forbidden from educating citizens on various political parties for reasons of neutrality. If you want to donate to the party, please see a registered political office. City Hall is officially nonpartisan. What are you talking about? You want to donate to the mayor's political office without even knowing how he's registered? Tell you what, why don't you take it up with the Hub State Campaign headquarters? Now goodbye.
One moment.
Lockhart State Penitentiary. What can we do for you? Which one? Any of them. Look, this isn't a social club. You want to speak to them? I need a name. Office of Archie Shep. What can we do for you? Good day.
That Euro place? Best thing to happen to Baker. Nothing beats fresh Bighorner.
Hey there. You need something fixed or just looking for a conversation? Sure thing. Just don't expect miracles. Welcome back. I'm the town repairwoman. You need it fixed, you come to me. I don't have proper training or nothing, but I've fixed plenty of stuff for this place without one of those college degrees. Well, there's the thermometer. You've probably seen it, all bright and shiny. And the piano. Stanton was offering a bunch of money to get it fixed up, so I took him up on it. It took me a while, but I did it. Miserable bastard didn't pay me in full, though. He did end up setting me up with a sweet supply deal with a company called Hub & Sons, so I can't hold too much against him. I fixed it up for Kareem, but now he always has it running. I swear, every time I go by, it's playing. Should have known better than to help him out. Now I can't get away from it. Fine. I mean... Sure, why not? The government's the government. You know how it is. But we're all doing our part to make the Wasteland a better place. Don't know much about them. Nice enough place. It's better than the Hub. Although, some days I think we're going to end up just like it. Rough place. I don't recommend visiting at all. Fortunately, you have to travel through it to get anywhere important, so I try to load up enough supplies that I can pass right through without making any pit stops. My supplier, Hub & Sons Mercantile, is out there, so I unfortunately have to visit more often than I'd like to. Fine. Stay light on your feet and heavy on ammo. And if something's rattling, stop and fix it before it breaks for good. Preferably here. Don't be a stranger. My toolbox is always open.
Are you hungry, thirsty, destitute? Please state desperation level in simple terms. I am R3FU, a refugee assistance unit. You have entered a designated refugee assistance zone. If you require sustenance, hydration, or shelter, please form a line. Pre-war model confirmed. Military service denied. Refugee status verified. Solution status pending. Processing. Processing. Did you require further assistance? Here is your daily ration. Displaced individual. Terminating aid session.